wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everyone. Happy slight gap down day for all that are worried. As you've noticed, I'm just kind of all by myself this morning. Mitch is just dealing with some sick kids, so we obviously hope him the best, getting all that sorted out. Never fun, right? Never fun to deal with the little sickies. So let's see. He said he might be back on later. We'll figure that out when the time comes. But you guys are stuck with me, and we're going to talk a little swing trading later, and that's going to be super exciting. Just quickly looking at what's going on in the market. Not a lot. Some after hours action. It's again the will they, won't they of Iran that the whole world cares about. We're kind of, I guess, past earnings now. We've got a new goldfish type brain to focus on, and just that's what we're seeing going on, and that's okay, right? It's one of those. I'm okay when the market switches focus, because that makes different sectors come into play, and that increases what we talk about all the time, which is rotation. And rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market. This is what keeps people angry all the time, who keep oh, this is a bubble, it's going to explode, that type of thing. Well, it won't if we continue to see people go from one sector into another sector over and over and over again. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, where when we get the SPY down, we had that huge rip in IVG a couple days ago, just massive pop here. And we had a big pullback as well, right? So semiconductors are the ones that are kind of picking up the steam again. So for a couple days there, we had software outperforming hardware, and now it looks like the opposite's happening, where we're having hardware outperform software. And having this flip back and forth over and over again, this, again, it's exactly what I want to see. It's as perfect as you can get for price action. It should be what everybody wants to see if you want the market to go up. If you don't want the market to go up, what are you doing? Why just move somewhere else? You can root for their market to go down. I don't even live there. I want their market to go up. Jane's also flying. Someone in the chat was asking very nicely there about Jane. She is flying somewhere, either to or from Canada. She seems to rip back and forth quite frequently. So a little bit of a flight there. USO oil is one of those, one of the areas in which that it was important all night. You can see, if you look at this spike that happened pretty much right after the close, and then you compare that to this drop that happened in the market, that's all the confirmation that you need that is the market's focus right now, is that we're looking for the Iran thing. So I'm going to be spending, I think, a lot of my day focused down here on the lower part of my screen, which I have our boy Walter Bloomberg up, just to see if there is anything that is, anything that's kind of happening in that space, right? It's very tweet driven as well. So we have we're having a lot of mixed signals as we have through this entire thing. We've had, mixed signals to, we're hearing Trump saying that Iran is getting rid of nuclear weapons, and Iran saying that no, we're not, and just, same kind of nonsense back and forth over and over again. So we just need to focus on what's moving, and that right now is semis. What, NVTS? I think this semiconductor is absolutely going nuts. So I know a lot of you guys that like to short float, or crazy dudes. This is one of those things that I think is very important to focus on today, because this is an animal spirits thing. You can have Nvidia and Micron and Marvel and all these guys, they can rip just fine. And to me, that's like normal behavior, right? Company makes more money, and all of a sudden company goes up. Shouldn't surprise anyone. That's how the market works, how the market should work. Companies that make money go up. If we're expecting them to make more money, they go up. If they're making the exact same amount of money that we expect them to make, they stay sideways. And if they're going to make less money than we expect, they go down. It's like the simplest way to look at the market in fundamental terms, right? If you come out and you say, oh, by the way, I'm going to make twice as much money as you guys thought I did, the market should double your stock or roughly double your stock. If you come out and say, oh yeah, we've got, some supply issues or whatever, we're going to make half the amount of money that you guys thought we would. Okay, well, it should go down. Same with, we saw that biotech that crashed like 50% yesterday. They failed a phase 3 trial. So therefore the market says, okay, well, the likelihood of you making more money has decreased. Therefore your stock price is going to decrease. However, NVTS and these names, these are your speculative guys. These are your more animal spirit names, because although this is not like, XYZ junky penny stock that we talk about all the time, this is something that's just a little bit lower down the cap scale, you could say, a little bit higher in the volatility basket. So this does a little bit more of that kind of animal spirit. So it's, it looks like some sort of partnership happened. However, the market seems to really be looking at this one for potential short squeezes. And when we start seeing that kind of short squeeze, there always seems to be like a short squeeze season, right? And the veteran guys here will definitely support me on this. They like come and go over and over and over again, where we have periods of time in which all of the highest short stocks get squeezed into oblivion, and then they go away, and then they come back, and then they get squeezed into oblivion, and then they go away. And that just happens over and over again. And it seems like that's one of those things that's happening right now. And right, so here is NVTS, here's the short float of it. And I think this is why people are getting interested. So again, shout out FinViz, no affiliation with them, but they saw me on Twitter and gave me a free version of their elite software. So right, if you're ever talking to them, say thanks. This makes the stream not littered with ads. But yeah, 18% short float here. And the short float's been rising very slightly from the 10s. Very slightly, not huge, but you can see a little bit of an upward slope and, coming back down to about flat. So 18%, so 1 in 5 of the float is short. We're up 25% in the pre-market. That's pretty significant. So it's one of those that, okay, these guys are getting worried. They're getting hurt just a little bit, as our boy Crow told me here. It's NVTX is the double if you want to trade it. Now, some people don't like higher price stocks, but I look at it and say it's just going to move. We're not paid on percentage around here. We're not paid on dollar amount. We're paid on percentage. So, if you want to put 10,000 into each one, this one's just going to move double. Some people get a little bit worried about these lower or the higher price stocks. Spreads can be a little bit higher and things like that, but generally speaking, you're taking less of them anyway. So that all kind of works out in the wash. But if you want to trade NVTX, that's a big one. I'm going to be going into trying to cover some of what Mitch does, looking at the individual names as well, because with the market, as you can see, right, we're inside this pre-market range, and we're just smack inside yesterday's range. That also puts us right inside the day before's range, and we're pretty much inside the day before that's range. So about 4 days here of, yes, it looks like we're going up, but not really, right? We're kind of right here. So we're inside this last kind of 3-4 days range there as well. So a couple other ones. I know this GRRR is kind of a crowd favorite. Every time I kind of poke my head out, someone talks about this particular name, and it's done an offering. So huge push up from $12 to like $20 in pretty much a straight line. And then they hit that offering button. So they said, okay, it's time to dilute you guys. And the price is reacting kind of how you expect after an offering. And that's coming back into this little area right here. So that's a push as well. And something that we could look for these reversions when they happen. I'm getting a little bit more interested in coming out with strategies for these gap downs, just because I've noticed quite often they seem to be decent traders. So that's something that I'm working on kind of in my off time here. AVGX we were talking about yesterday. AVGX. Right, this one gap down, but if you had even bought it on the open, you're up money now. right? Even if you just bought off the open, which seems very crude. But I'm thinking of maybe a strategy like back through the open, like later in the day or something like that. And, you take a little bit of a heat here, but now you're up. And the idea is just how oversold are these things. In our AI course, in which, if you don't know, we're doing a course about how I use AI in trading in different ways, not just me personally, but different ways you can use AI in trading. That will be up on the website soon. It's just going to be email gated, so it'll be free. Just put in your email and we'll send it to you. That is going to be, I actually talked about this one and how I did some analysis using AI and just said, okay, how overdone is this sell off? And is this more or less, is it more like what we see normally when a company misses phase 3, or is a little bit less of that? And some interesting results. So, it'll be very dated by the time that comes out, but just to show you that that's something that I'm looking at to potentially trade. Just keep going down the list here. So so I guess to summarize, if GRR is overdone in the same way, might be a little bit of a bounce to play off of. So what I'll probably do is look at, mark these pre-market lows. Maybe actually let's just do this. Maybe I'll just take a small trade here just to test, but some sort of break of the pre-market lows and then a rebound back through or something like that. Could be an interesting play on these, for a swing, a decent little swing. And I think that's what I'm going to talk about here when we do the swing trading coverage. GameStop, just like surprise released earnings, just not when they were supposed to, just go, earnings here, which is hilarious. I don't know why. Don't know why you do that, just to catch the market off guard, I guess. But they just did a little whoopsie earnings release out of the blue. So obviously decently okay. We're nowhere near even back where we were when this guy said he was going to buy eBay up in the 25s. We're just sitting right here at the 22s. It's lost its meme stock luster, which I think is just bound to happen with some of these. If you're thinking meme stocks now, you got to think more about quantum computers, or what was that dumb one? Was it ASTC, or the one that's going to launch? Yeah, this one, right? Yeah. This one that says they're going to launch quantum computers in space, and they have, I think, $3 million on their balance sheet. So there's some of us in this room that have more money than this company, and they went from $2 to 60. This is the new meme stock thing, right? There's no reason for this to be up here. It's likely going to go back down. That doesn't mean that that's a good trade to make. It doesn't mean that that's that's a good trade. I'm not going to short it because it could go to 100. It could go to 200. I don't know. I just know at some point this is likely going to be all the way back down. And one thing that I'm going to do today as well, as we're sitting here chatting and I'm all by my lonesome, which I'm fine with, is I'll start taking stuff from the chat, right? If there's a stock you want me to look at, we'll start looking at your guys' stocks a little bit more so that, feel a little bit more like there's someone here with me. So make sure you guys are asking questions in the chat. Make sure you're looking at different names. Someone's asking about crypto stocks. Well, crypto is getting hammered. So crypto stocks are also getting hammered as well, right? The whole MicroStrategy dude being forced to sell is kind of hitting all of these. So Monsters and BMNR is also getting killed here as well. I'm interested in BMNR here if we get some sort of wicked recovery. This is one that's, again, very, very interesting to me for that strategy that I'm trying to systematize, but something I talk about here where you have a drop down and then a push back through. There's a clear support area here. So say we drop another couple days and we get a reversal like we got in IVG. So I'm just going to mirror this exact kind of trade, like a break of this support and a rip back through. If we get this on BMNR, that's the trade I'm going to make. Do I still have my Farcoin? I still have some Farcoin, but it's obviously not doing well. It's down. I think I'm down half. It's cut in half, but I sold out a big chunk when it rallied, and I just kind of hold it forever, right? But need a background? I can do any background you guys want. going to let you in. You guys don't know where I am. There we go. Boom. Done. Background. But yeah, so the crypto stocks are going to move just with crypto, and WGMI is one to look at here, where this is the Bitcoin miners. Now, this has gotten a little bit corrupted, I think, in which WGMI used to be a ETF on crypto miners. Most of the crypto miners now are actually jumping off of the crypto bandwagon, and they're jumping on to the AI bandwagon. Like, I think it was Hut 8, I think, did that. It was Riot did a couple of those. Riot did one as well. Right. So some of the things that you look at as crypto miners aren't crypto miners anymore. They are AI data centers. They realize, okay, we have a whole bunch of compute in a giant room that is cooled and powered, and we've already figured this stuff out. And people are paying out the nose for this to be AI, just be an AI company. So a lot of them have moved part of, or all of, or some of their systems over, and just said, okay, well, we can do inferencing or modeling or something like that, as opposed to trying to do the other stuff, right? So just know that some of the Hive is another one. Hive used to be Hive blockchains, and they changed it to something else. Is it like Hive networks, or I don't know, it's still Hive blockchain. Some of them even changed their name from blockchain companies to different companies. So nice little push there. And again, so just keep that in mind, that if you're talking crypto companies now, you can't really even include the miners in them. I think it's, as again, someone who worked for a miner for a while, it's a horrible business. So if you're going to get paid a ton of money to do AI as opposed to doing crypto stuff, it just makes sense. Like, I think that's like the most reasonable thing on planet Earth, is to just jump ship when there's a much more lucrative opportunity for equipment that you already own. It could be something to look at. Amazon, someone's asking about. Amazon is getting really interesting here, just because of the nice bull flag at highs. Right, this is all-time highs. This was one of the more kind of redheaded stepchilds of the Mag 7. Just hasn't gotten like the juice of a lot of them. So I think I'm watching this one as well. I think the trade's pretty simple, right? If we hold at this base and we can start to push higher out of this flag, it's a simple kind of bull flag type of play there. SBIT. We went SBIT. What's SBIT? Ultra short Bitcoin. Okay, yeah. So there's a couple of these. So that's like IBIT flipped. And yeah, that's the thing is with crypto, right? As again, someone who worked in it for a while, someone who's still interested in the space, just because it's falling out of favor. Those are the things that I like to look at. There's just tons of ways to trade it now. So I don't really have, I've got that couple bucks in the crypto exchange, but I like that I can do more of that inside a traditional stock exchange. I can put more money just in, I've got my account in which I trade, and as opposed to pulling some of that out and moving it to another exchange, I just like that I can do a lot of this on chain. That's the game plan. So I like that, SBIT was mentioned. There's BMNR. I think there's probably a leveraged BMNR if you want to go real crazy. IBM, someone's chatting about, and IBM just ripping here. The beauty of these companies ripping as opposed to some other ones is these companies ripping, you're not going to have to be too worried about IBM doing dumping a whole lot of shares on you with an offering, because they don't have any money. They're not going to, we talked about GRR, that GRR had to dump shares on you because they didn't have any money. IBM has been around for a million years. They're probably very, very well capitalized. So you don't really have to sweat that too much, which I think is a huge benefit to that, instead of having to try to figure out, okay, what do I do with, what do I do with this thing? I can just go, okay, well, they're not going to raise they're hitting resistance. It's up a lot. There could be some profit taking coming in, but since there's not going to be that like dilution event, it's probably not going to crash back down. Someone's asking if I'm buying Bitcoin here. No, not yet. I'd like to see it a little bit. I'm either going to be buying new highs on Bitcoin, so buying like above 100,000, or I'm probably going to be buying below 50. But like I've mentioned, and I don't know if this is true, I'm not smart enough to know, but if they're starting to force Saylor to liquidate here, because I just don't think from everything we know about the guy that he's doing it voluntarily. I think they're, the board of directors or his accountant or whoever it is says, listen, bud, things are looking a bit rough. You got to sell some. Then if that continues and we continue to drift lower in Bitcoin, he's probably going to have to do more and more of it. And it could be this death spiral cycle of he has to sell a bunch, the market drips more, he has to sell more, the market goes lower, he has to sell more, and so on and so forth. So what I'm looking for is like a huge liquidation event. Like we wake up one morning and Bitcoin's down like 50% in a day, something just catastrophic to happen. And then yes, that's when I will be opening up my account and just buying. Before I would have to, my only worry is that it's going to happen over like the weekend. That's going to suck, and it's going to have rebounded a bunch since then. But as long as it happens at some point in which the market is open, I'm going to just be sitting there and buying as much kind of IBIT as I can get my hands on, and just locking it away for years. Just say, okay, either Bitcoin goes to zero, and I've just lost, 6 figures, or, in a couple of years, Bitcoin's right back to where it was, and, I've made 3 to 4 times my money. That's kind of the game plan there. SPY levels, or CIFR first, someone's asking about. Oh, this is another mining stock that isn't really a mining stock anymore. I believe they've kind of transferred a lot of them. You can usually tell when they've done it, probably right in this area. They said we're a data center. This is a really nice looking chart. I like this kind of rounded base down here, and now we're breaking out through highs. This is nice. This is the kind of thing that when we get... if I was discretionarily swing trading, and I wanted to sit here all day and look at the computers, I'd probably be trading stuff like this. I'd probably be looking at this thing breaking out into new highs and buying it intraday, and then looking to hold it for a couple days for a swing. That's more or less what I'd be doing, higher time frame levels. And if I were discretionarily day trading, I'd probably be doing the same thing. I'd probably just be marking a whole bunch of technical levels, flat tops, things like that, and just setting a whole bunch of alerts and then waiting for the market to open and those alerts to trigger off. That's probably what I'd be doing. I probably wouldn't be chasing gaps. I'd probably be doing more stuff like that. SPY levels, someone was asking about, as we've got about 5 minutes ago. Oh, I wanted to check because I didn't know if we have anything on the calendar. And we do. We have ISM Services PMI. So I think that services is less impactful than whatever the other PMI is. But this is an interesting one. So this will move something as well. It's red. So this is not affiliated with Forex Factory. I've just been to the website like every day for 20 years. And you have, I don't know, I think these are supposed to be little factories, these icons, but they just basically do letter or yellow, orange, and red. And yellow means it's not going to move much. Generally doesn't move much. Who cares? Orange is slightly moving sometimes. And then red is quite often a pretty decent move comes from it. I think they need another color because FOMC needs to be a slightly different color than ISM Services PMI, but we are getting that at the top of the hour, so we need to keep that in mind when the market opens, that we are going to be watching these SPY levels, but we could get some revision, we get some chop back and forth, we get all kinds of stuff, and then all of a sudden, if these numbers come out and everything comes like out in very, very good or very, very bad, all these numbers could go to hell. Same as a Trump tweet. So. But what I'm watching pretty simply is pre-market highs and highs here and then lows. So here's our pre-market high. We can just make that, I don't know, a little bit thicker, and I don't know, make it like red. So that's our pre-market high. and then pre-market lows down here. And I know it's funny. I know people who trade just like this. This is the whole thing. They've been doing it for like 20 years. This is it. They pick like, I don't know why that color's not changing. Try it again. No, okay. Doesn't like it. Okay, it's fine. And they just pick like two levels like that. And they say, okay, if price action gets to one of those levels, I'm going to watch it. I'll take trades around it. If the price action doesn't get to any of those levels, I just don't take a trade today. Because there's a world in which the market is kind of bopping between those until at least we get this PMI number out of the way and the PMI number like sorted. And then from there we can start going. But what I should do, what I've been reminded to do, is listen, if you're not signed up for our trading competition, the Trading Worlds series that's coming out really soon, you definitely should. And let's just, once before the market opens, let's go to that little intro video there and show you guys what we're doing. I'm super excited for it. I think it'll be really, really cool. That video is so cool. Isn't AI great? You can make stuff like that nowadays. That's so cool. Yeah, but you win cash, right? You come here, you hang out, you start trading, you sign up, right? I know the link was just put in the chat there. So just go into the chat and give it a click. Sign up for free. And if you do well, we'll give you money. Up to 20 G's. And then on top of that, there's going to be a whole bunch of free accounts given out. So if you want to win an account, again, I'm still waiting for the story. I think Snowman won something, so that's great. But I think there's still, I'm still waiting for the story. I want someone to come on stream and say, yeah, I won a random account and I passed the eval. I started to make some money and, things worked great. And now I'm, funding a live account or something like that. Yeah, Snowman says, yeah, he won a 25K account. Again, I would love to hear that story of I've started my trading career for free, which can happen, right? It's these accounts are great ways to, like I always talk about, either apply leverage to what you're doing. I use them a lot for experimentation of new systems and new ideas and new strategies, which it's like paper trading with upside. And then also, you can use them to fund other accounts. So say you have a job and the job's feeding you and you pass one of these accounts and you start making money from it. Well, great. You can take that money and you can put it into a brokerage account. Now you have two accounts to trade. There's all kinds of leverage ways to go. Someone's asking, is there a swing trading class today? Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to talk about doing some pullback trading and different ways to potentially do that. So SPY, we have just opened. You heard the little ding, ding, ding. So let's watch it here right off the bat. See if we can get to this pre-market low or over there to the pre-market high. I'm going to be watching here. I'm looking down to watch some of the stuff that I'm in. Trying to move some things around here. There we go. Just to make sure I've got everything kind of open and ready to go. Might see some trades starting to come through here off the open. However, keep in mind, it's an inside day, right? It's an inside morning. So there's not really a huge like directional bias on either side. Some of these names I do want to watch, right? NVTS, I think, is one to really keep an eye on. This is in the semiconductor space. We talked about this as animal spirits of the semiconductor. So if this just pulls in a little bit and then starts to rip, okay, well, now we're getting, people are starting to get real interested here. Do I have to click the dude, or did I do the wrong? Oh, there we go. Oh, so I've shorted one share of MRVL. And that's the overextension algorithm, I think is the best way to call it, where if things get a little bit too nuts, it's just trying to take the other side of that for one, as happens as well. I do like TAC right off the bat. We're waiting for non-farms. I think that makes perfect sense. I think absolutely perfect sense, because, well, it's not non-farms, it's PMI. Non-farms is tomorrow, I think. Yeah, no, non-farm already happened. ADP non-farm employment change. And then tomorrow we have unemployment. And then Friday we have the actual non-farm. So, but we do have something, and this is what I thought you were talking about, which I think it does make sense. Third, we have this services PMI. So I would not be surprised if the SPY hangs out inside this range. So far, a nice little push right off the gate, hangs out inside the range, here, until we get that number. And then once we get that number, it's like, okay, now things are getting just a little bit interesting here. Looking around here, seeing what's happening, if there's any tweets or anything like that we care about. Google Alphabet upsize capital raise. Yeah, they're just, geez, that might not be good. So Google, fresh news, guys. Market doesn't seem to care. So the news was Alphabet upsizes capital raise from 80 billion to 85 billion. So they're just like, you know what? Screw it. Give us another 5 billion, please. Big pop because of that, and then it's coming down quite a bit. I don't know why dilutionary events could be a good thing. Take a look here. Yeah, so this was the dilutionary event yesterday. I think it's a little bit overdone, personally, just because all that was already spoken for. It's not like most raises where they have to go and they have to raise off the back of you. They have to go, okay, you give me my money, right? Like Gurr happened. They went to Berkshire Hathaway and a lot of big banks and institutions, and they said, okay, we're going to raise a bunch of money. Will you guys cover this? And they said, yeah, sure. Of course we'll cover it. It'll be great. So that to me just makes it a different beast entirely, in which I'm looking to buy a little bit of Google here. One thing to do is maybe watch this pre-market high, and to see if we can hold that pre-market high. And damn, Intel's up 7% this morning. So go socialism, but up and then kind of fading in through here as well. So far, my Marvel trade is working out great. My Marvel, keep calling it Marvel, like it's superheroes, like Spider-Man's going to pop out at me. But yeah, so Marvel is coming down here just a little bit. I like that. I wish I had more than one share, obviously, but a decent little trade off the open. Just seeing that this is just crazy yesterday and then continuing here today. What's up, TAC? I see it happening. On an Aviv event. Yeah, there's a big, and I only know because of MindMed, but there is some sort of big, I think it's a JP Morgan conference, TAC. Let me know if I'm right. At JP Morgan, like not healthcare necessarily, but like biotech kind of a thing. So we need to check to see if that's legit. Seems to be. Taking a look here. I think there's a big Han looks to split. Okay, well, those are generally bullish. I don't know why. It doesn't really affect anything, but those are generally bullish things. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if that split holds. The idea is, I think, to make it just more investable for your average schmuck like us. But split like GE spinoff, do you mean? That would be interesting. Spinoffs are generally very bullish. And that to me makes more sense because the reason spinoffs are generally bullish for companies is that you get something like GE that's just this giant monolithic conglomerate. It's like, well, how do you move a company like this? How do you make new and interesting inventions and decisions when it's huge? But if you just spin it off to, 10 smaller-ish companies and you let each company kind of manage itself, that to me gets a little bit more interesting. Also want to keep an eye on GameStop. I am sure there's some leverage here for GameStop to play. That would be Crow's job. But down right off the gate, this has a very common pattern for gapping and just completely falling apart over and over again. So the gap and crap. And that just might be the way that we see this here as well. So we want to watch this as well, right? Yeah, GE jet engines, GEV turbines. There was GE Healthcare. They spun off a bunch of stuff, and it's a tale as old as time. And it generally makes, if you want people who got insanely wealthy when the government in what was it, the 70s made the telecoms, like forced them to spin off, all of a sudden, they started to make a ton of money, and everyone just kind of looked at that. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Someone's long gold. Maybe I'll take, since I'm solo here, I'll take some discretionary shots. I'm going to short just a little bit of GameStop here. Just because it looks like it has that pattern, it's failing. We'll take a couple shots, keep things interesting. Someone trading gold there. Gold is an interesting one here as well. GLD. So let's see, what are you looking at in gold? A little gap down today. Again, gold is weird and silver to look at gaps because they're not really gaps. Like the thing trades 24/7, 365. And it's just, so there's movements. We just see them as gaps in there. Okay, ding dong. I got a friend. Hey, friend.
You have a friend.
I have a friend.
I heard Michael Noss needed a friend, and I said, "Team King, baby, I'm in."
Nice, man. Well, thanks for coming by.
Absolutely.
It's a little lonely there, but I got my chat. I've got like 100 or so people hanging out.
I heard you calling for the chat. You want somebody to trade against you. Is that right?
Oh, are we doing that?
Oh, I don't know if we're doing that. I was just I heard you make mention of it a little while ago, and I thought, man, I want to get I want to make my wife trade against you and see how she does.
Oh, she'd kick my ass.
Maybe
against me, yeah. Against the bots, I don't know. So that's why I use bots, because I am admittedly a pretty awful trader. However, my GameStop, I'm up a couple bucks on.
That's good.
What do you think? Why did they supplies? Oh, look, I got my own little thing. Good for me.
Here it is.
Yeah.
You're shorter probably there than what you really are in life, I imagine. Aren't you?
I was about to say,
that tall guy.
That guy's got a big head.
That guy's got a big head.
Huge head there. But yeah, why do you think, like, I'm trying to wrap my head around why GameStop just did like a surprise, like, whoopsie earnings release? Like, why they just go, oh,
it's half cash, half stock, and you can read about the rest in the details. That's what I'm told.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is this guy just losing it? Did he like really love when he was the like golden boy of the internet, and all the meme stock guys loved him, and now after one disastrous CNBC interview, he's just a mockery? Because like, that seems, you can do whatever you want, you can release earnings whatever you want, but traditionally it's like, okay, we'll release it at a certain time, we'll set up a call, we'll have reasons to do it, and they're just like, screw it, earnings. Sure. Here's your surprise earnings. Another trade just popped in real quick, in ATEN. This one, it's just pull back after this huge move yesterday, so pull back kind of halfway into that range. So 3 trades on. One nice. I picked myself, but the rest of them we're just kind of waiting.
Yeah, I was eyeing INTC and MRVL. As you know, MRVL hit some all-time highs yesterday, but we have dumped at market
Man.
open, but we did hold above the 300 psychological number, and so that is interesting to me. And we are kind of making our way back up a little bit to 308s, but I'm still eyeing that one. And then INTC is interesting because I believe the news story is, and forgive me, I woke up 30 minutes ago. Apparently, NVIDIA was talking about competing against them with some stuff, but then INTC came out with some news, and then so now they're up 8%, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, NVIDIA is releasing their own laptop chip was their big
That's
thing.
what I read. That's it. Yeah.
To basically mainly and also to compete with Intel, but also to compete with Apple. Because the reason Apple, again, I've got the computers, but the reason they're so good is they built their own chips, their own infrastructure, right? So this thing can do all kinds of crazy stuff, and the fans never kick on, the batteries last for hours, and Intel can't do that. So these new chips from NVIDIA actually made me look because they're supposed to be able to run a bunch of like native LMs, so you can run your own if you don't want your data to go out there, you could run your own LMs on your own system, and that's super interesting. But yeah, then Intel kind of fired back and said, okay, well, we're going to try to do the same thing. So again, it's good for us to buy things when these guys fight.
Exactly.
Right? It makes better products cheaper. So keep going, right? Keep fighting with each other. Just at the end of the day, I get better stuff. I get better products. So
Exactly. Looks like MRVL again is kind of testing that almost 300 range. It's well below the 9 EMA and kind of fading here. We'll see if it taps it though. I'm wondering, are we going to do the what is it, the 4 knocks that Steve talks about, or are we just going to break through here on the second one?
Well, yeah. So this is an interesting one. So I'm short this, but I only got one share, and that's just because the bot has to round. Right. So, you know what I mean? We can't do, and when the prices get very expensive, it becomes harder and harder to kind of go through and round those things, which is very unfortunate, but that's just the nature of it. So a little bit short now, I'll probably just clunk out of this and make like $20 or something and call it a trade, because I don't want to spend a lot of time worried about these things. But I'm just putting in a swing trade here, and we're going to do a little. You swing trade at all? You just exclusively day trading?
No. I started swing trading. That's how my wife and I really got started. My father-in-law, who has been a swing trader for years, and so more or less he kind of he got us into it a few years ago. And so I do have some swing trades. Unfortunately, I have to say, so we were in Penguin Solutions for a while, and we got out just a little early. We did fine. We got some profit. It was good. But I don't know if you've noticed Penguin lately, but Penguin is up yesterday, a high of, I believe, $71. And
Wow.
we were in at like the $18 mark, something like that. And then we just kind of took our profits. It was fine. It was good. We took a little bit, and then all of a sudden it surged to 40 to 50. Now I believe it's up 70 something. So it was one of those now. And Steve was talking about this yesterday. I firmly believe in taking thirds now, or at least, half or thirds, not just saying, oh, cool, we're up, let's go ahead and just take our profits and walk. Because definitely something to do is to, if you have a winner, take some money off the table. And as I'm reading in Market Wizards, take a little bit of money off the table. But don't, if it's still a winner, don't just take it all out, right? I mean, that seems to be good psychological trading philosophy. But I think the human instinct is to say, oh, look, I'm up, I better get out while the getting's good. But that's not necessarily the right answer, correct?
No, and it's suboptimal, and a lot of people will look at that and say, well, I should either just, trail it all or sell it all or whatever, because that's like mathematically the right thing to do. But just because it's mathematically the right thing to do doesn't mean it's the human right thing to do. It's easy to look at this chart now and say, man, you just dump a trailing stop under a moving average and you walk away. It's really, really hard when you're up a crap ton of money on it, and for it to hit that trailing stop, you're going to have to give back a ton of money. So it becomes one of those things. It's like, paying off your mortgage early is the example I always use, where it's not technically right to pay off your mortgage early. You should, especially if you have a low rate, kind of keep that forever, but you're not going to do it,
Sure. Sure.
right? You're going to go through and it makes you feel good owning your home, even though it's not mathematically right. And I think it's the same thing with this kind of thing. It makes you feel good to go, okay, well, I'll take a little bit off and
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Well, it makes you feel good also to not have a mortgage, to not have a monthly
Right.
payment, just to have at least, in the States, of course, I think Canada's similar. Of course, you get your property taxes, on,
Yeah.
on the home, but it's if you're not paying that couple of grand every month for a mortgage, it is nice to have, all your stuff paid for. I try to pay off our vehicles and everything up front now. I didn't early on in life, but now it's like, hey, if you can pay off those things, there's plenty of other things in life to pay for.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so it's the same thing. You're doing something that might not be mathematically the correct route, but
Sure.
if it allows you to hold on to that trade for longer because you've taken some off, then it is the right thing to do, right? It's just
Yeah.
it's 100% the right thing to do. But since we've been talking, the
I
market's
say,
just been
what
falling
in the
here.
world? I see that. I say, I'm watching Marvel on my screen, and I'm looking at yours. It's SPY is falling
Mhm.
off. Wow.
Yeah, SPY is falling. I'm just gonna go hit the Twitter streets here, see if there's any news or if
Yeah.
this is just a little bit of a. Now we do have that large number coming out in 13 minutes, so it might be one of those. Oh, global services PMI actually came out 2 minutes ago, so that's part of it.
Okay.
But yeah, so Marvel's working out great here. Again, it just shows like, it's only $20. It's one
Mhm.
share, right?
Yeah.
So, it's everything is sized according to risk. So if I scroll up and show you, right, it's $50 I risked on the trade, up 20 now. It's ends up being a pretty decent little move there. GameStop's really paying $25 there. I'm for GameStop. What I'm looking for is just a flush under this big base that took
Mhm.
place.
Mhm.
So this is where all the post-market action, and then we can push from there. So yeah, IVG is cranking lower. So we've got 4% down on software, semiconductors down almost 1%, XLK down 1.5%. Some of these things, healthcare, little pat on the back there, but healthcare holding in pretty well, which is good. Again, we do have that JP Morgan. I need to ask Perplexity about it, but we do have a JP Morgan conference going on, and that's, I think, mostly biotechs. That's why I just love
Mm.
AI.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, that video
Hey,
you made yesterday, didn't you say it took just a few seconds? Like AI pieced all that together and you had
yeah,
that video for us in the morning. That was sweet.
I think it's a biotech conference. Yeah, so while you guys were asking about it, yeah, I grabbed a bunch of articles and I threw it into AI, and it was able to produce that video, which was great just to be able to do on the fly. Yeah, things are continuing to fall here. Someone's saying bloodbath. I don't know if I'd go that far. We're down 0.5% in the
It's a
SPY.
bubble. It popped. It did it while I got on with you. This is
We're
it.
right. Oh, so we blame you? Is that what's going on? We're
No, of
we're
course
right
not.
near
We
these.
blame Mitch. He missed today. It's Mitch's fault.
Yeah, there we go. SOXS. That's an interesting one. I know. Right. This is now red to green. This might be interesting. These are the kind of
Mm.
trades I know they're like, what does Steve always call it, his toxic trait, right? This to me is kind of an interesting potential trade in which, this thing's just been getting obliterated, right? It's down like
Yeah.
90 some odd percent in a couple months as these semiconductors have been ripping. So if this is going to be a short-term top, right, I'm not calling a long-term top, but this is going to be like a little short-term pop there. You can take a little shot there. Your stop goes, 50 cents away. And if you're right, and there is a pullback in the semis, this thing could double.
Yeah.
It's not going to do it today, but it wouldn't, doubles right here. It doesn't seem
Wow.
far-fetched over what's happened over just a little bit. So that's where these leverage ETFs get interesting to me, is that I could take, say your average swing trade, you're putting 10 grand in for each position. Well, you could take, it's a 3x leverage. So you could take
Mhm.
5 grand, you could take 2 grand, You could just huck it in there and just know, okay, well, I'm only risking 50 cents.
Yeah.
So the risk is microscopic, but then all of a sudden you wake up one day, if all of the crazy people were right and it was a bubble, well, great. That $2,000 is probably going to turn into 50, right?
Yeah.
The thing's going to just rip, because if it even just got back to where it was right here, that's $28 a share. That's like a 5x gain. So that's a good way to play from day trading and swing trading. If you think this is going to continue, I don't know. I'm looking at it as we've got 9 minutes now until this number. It looks like the initial number is what spooked us. I wouldn't be surprised if this new number comes out and we're right back up, and I don't know, Trump tweets something and like it's, we're range bound. We're range bound.
It's not a leveraged ETF, but what are your thoughts on DRAM? Have you swung that or traded or day traded DRAM at all?
DRAM?
Yeah, DRAM.
It's gotta be. Well, we can actually look. I was about to say the correlation's got to be really close with SoxX, right?
Right.
You got to imagine some of these are the same companies. The MRVLs of the world and all of this.
So
I don't know. I would
Hynix,
just look.
Samsung, and MU
Okay.
is DRAM. It's one of the swings that I have currently as well.
Okay. Well, no, that's a little bit different then, I guess. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Again, obviously, I'm not going to buy anything that's up that much already. But if you've got it, then great. Just looking around here to see I bought some space yesterday as a swing.
SpaceX IPO coming up soon. It's going to add what, $1.2 trillion to the market, right? So get out now, right? This is the time to remove thyself.
Do you just wake up and just like, you know what?
I woke up and I thought,
I'm gonna trigger him. I'm gonna
get on here and I have to trigger Mike as soon as I get on. That's right, hickory bacon, and we got to get out of the market because 1.2 trillion is about to be added.
All right, so I did. So my AI little assistant's back to her. It's the JP Morgan Biotech Conference is in San Francisco, blah, blah. No, that's saying January. No, there is something going on now. It's not how you can yell at it. It's like, stop being dumb. But yeah, it does look like it's a biotech related thing. And the people are allowed to kind of say their speech.
Yeah. Interesting.
However, there are a few possibilities, something going on now related to JPM Biotech. First one. So there is an event going on that we do need to keep an eye on, because that's going to potentially move. It could be one of the reasons that XLV is continuing to rocket here, just to show there are places, right? There was, someone came on and we were talking healthcare instead of saying that everyone should put all their money in MU, and the person was very upset with us. And it's like, this is what you have to do. You got to look at where the puck is going, all right? Don't be the guy who's chasing what has just happened. Try to find what potentially is going to happen next.
That's always the key.
Oh, it's not JP Morgan. It's Jefferies Global Healthcare Conference in New York today and tomorrow. Let's see who's chatting. What companies are covered? This is again, we're doing what companies? Doing a whole, I kind of teased it, so I guess we have to get it out soon. Doing a whole AI kind of course on Trade the Pool, so you'll be able just to put in your email address. We'll send it to you. I'm the one doing that, and this was one of these. This is what we're looking at, where I'll actually I'll show you guys the prompts and kind of what I'm using here. Let me just bring this up on my browser, and just show you some ways that you can utilize this without doing what a lot of people are doing, which is just AI. How do I make a ton of money in the stock market? Right? I'll just grab this, put that there. right? So I mess this up. I'm like, so what? There's a JP Morgan biotech conference. And it's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, oh, I was like, there's something going on right now. And it's like, what about these things? And I'm like, try the first one. And it goes, okay. So it took like 3 tries. But the beauty of this is that, just me yelling at this thing allowed me to find what's happening. And there is something going on right now. So Tuesday to Thursday in New York, and today is day 2. So then I can just simply ask what companies, and you see how like I'm misspelling everything I'm typing because I'm talking to you guys on stream. So it's just like I'm talking to this thing like a caveman. I
Yeah.
just put what companies, and it knows exactly what I'm talking about and highlights these are the companies that we should maybe look at: CKDK, Algent, DYN, MBX, SRRK, Drug. A lot of these different companies are doing things. So then we can go look at the time. So it is 9:55 Eastern. So DYN should be presenting. So you could go in and just say, okay, well, what do they think of that? Right. And see if there's some sort of movement based off of the time that you're seeing on these individual companies. So just a kind of impromptu way of using AI to, you see, I'm not asking it, hey, how do I make a whole bunch of money?
Right. Right.
It's you find this information for me quickly, and instead of me going and have to like find the website and look at their schedule and all this kind of stuff, just like, well, just tell me.
Yeah.
And
Like we
then
were talking on the
tomorrow,
chat yesterday, it was, we need to know the right questions to ask, not
Mhm,
just, "Hey, can you just generically, can you make me a bunch of money?" It's
yeah,
asking the right specific questions.
yeah. So that list is right here. If anyone wants to like, I'll leave it up for a second. If anyone wants to like screenshot the window or something, but this is all the stuff going on today. This kind of stops CSTL. That's when the market hours stop, and the rest of these. And these are all ones that I've heard of, right? Allergent, everyone knows. Um, yeah, Scholar Rock, all these. So if you want to screenshot that, that's something you can keep an eye on, because sometimes I was asking it questions about this earlier, and sometimes they will line up the company, or will line up if they have something to release. They've got a new trial they're working on or something like that. They'll come out and they'll say, oh, well, while we have the spotlight, let's talk about this new trial that we're undergoing, or something to that effect, and have a game plan there. Um,
Nice. Nice.
we got
I I
2
noticed when I put
minutes.
I noticed when I put in my trades, I've been putting my trades in Claude pretty much every evening, and Claude does a pretty good job of analysis, what I did wrong, what I did right, even trading
Hmm.
ideas, so it's pretty good, but sometimes Claude gets, confused, and I have to actually send it a screenshot of the actual chart, and it will say
Yeah.
something like, "AMD was bearish this morning, and you didn't do this and that," and then "No, no, no, actually, it's the opposite. Look at this chart. You don't know what you're talking about." And then it will, of course correct and then get back on track. But it is kind of like I don't know, it's kind of like putting bumpers on when you're bowling. It's like it's amazing, and
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
utilizing it daily. But you do kind of have to kind of steer it at times because it can get away from you. And if you just take everything that it says, and just say, "Oh yeah, everything it says is correct." It's like, well, obviously it's not at times because then you have to course correct.
Well, yeah, and dates and times I find are sometimes complicated for it, where we have like, even in that chat that I showed you guys, I said, okay, there's a JP Morgan conference going on right now. Well, there's not, but it instantly started giving me stuff from January, and I'm like, well, it's like sometimes you have to tell it, like, today is this date,
Right.
because I have like a constant threads going on for my business and everything, where it's using it as kind of, this is the work I should do today, and I find it, yeah, all the time it gets confused on what date or what time or whatever. So I actually went into the memory file and I added a line that every time I talk to you, go to, there's like a worldclock.org
Mhm.
website,
Yeah.
and find the date and the time, and then respond to me, and make that's the first thing that you do. So looks like that number just launched. Let's see if there's any movement here. It should have
Mm.
just come out here. Let's look here. So there's the services PMI. Yeah, it is out.
And how might the SPY
Uh,
react?
it is higher than forecast.
Hmm.
Looks like we're bouncing a little bit from that number. see if this continues.
Nice. MRVL finally kind of curling. I haven't even taken a trade yet, but I have been just sort of watching it. We broke below the $300 mark. And it closed yesterday at 290. So and it's gone back up over 300 since then. So we'll see if it continues.
Yeah, I've actually flattened that trade.
Did you?
Just because I'm seeing the SPY maybe, if it can come back up. This line that I marked was the pre-market low, and it looks like it's rallying a bit off that number. So if it overtakes that pre-market low, I just want to lighten up my short exposure just a bit. I've got a couple longs on. I don't think any of them are working. If the market reverses, I'd rather take some of the profits on the short side of things and have those longs work.
I just got into a trade with MRVL going long, so we'll see. We will see what it does here.
Yeah, that's actually a perfect example. I'll use that for the swing trading. This TEO had this. Not a lot of volume, but there we go.
There we go.
So the SPY is bouncing just a little bit there off that number. It's looking okay. That's more or less what we want to see. Just looking here, healthcare is, scroll down. Let me scroll down. There we go. Healthcare pulling back just a bit. This is the only sector that I'm seeing is really bullish. We are getting a little bit of a drop there in oil, which is I think what we need to see in order for the market to push higher. And then maybe IVG to settle out. Another huge down day in IVG, but it's what you have to do, right? You got to hold on to these. It doesn't feel nice by any means to be in these things, but it got really, really high. Again, I was taking little bits out. Now it's pulled back. So if we can get back into this area, I might rebuy back in.
Nice.
The game plan is to try to trade around a core position in that and also in healthcare. These are my two kind of targets, right?
My trade in MRVL's going well. I'm still in it. Still going long. Finally made a good move up because it lost a lot there from the open.
The MRVL?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of clunked out of that one, because I'm like, okay, that could be a little bit of a dip and rip there where maybe it comes and fills a gap a little bit, and some buyers step in, it starts to move higher. That could be another. I think every Wednesday now we are going to do swing trading content. We'll probably do that, I would imagine. I'll make sure my WhatsApp open here for the producer. We'll probably do that 30 minutes until we're done there, but
nice.
Oh,
Still in the trade.
As I'm switching to a slideshow, you'll still be on screen. Just tell people at the TWC. Okay. All right. So yeah, the World Trading Championship. You said you got everyone. You got everyone in your household.
Like everybody. I got my parents. I got my grandparents. I got all 12 children.
Oh, that's nice.
See, when I put it like that, saying 6 kids doesn't sound like a lot, right?
Exactly.
It's psychological.
The 20K free money. Right? 20K. Sign up, come hang out. Again, these things are a lot of fun. Yeah. And I always try to bring up the real trading impact of this. When I was starting to learn a lot about trading, I read, the Market Wizard series. I kind of looked at what everyone else was doing. This is a great way to do it because there's going to be some people with like killer trading strategies doing this, and you just get to watch them. You get to say, well, this guy made a whole bunch of money today. What'd he do? And you get to watch and you get to go in, and you can see there's multiple rounds here, right? So the first round is you get $2,000 cash. Then you move on to the second round. I think you get another $8K cash if you win. Yeah, right there. So you get $2K cash if you win, plus a $50K account, which is already wild.
Amazing.
And then if you win second round as well, you get another $8K cash plus another $50K account. And then, second, third, fourth place, all these people get something, which again, it's free. Why not? Come hang out, trade.
So it's great. It's great. So much fun. I'm looking forward to it. This is my first one. I was not a part of, you guys had, I know it's a little different, but you guys did one more or less surrounding basketball several months ago.
Hmm.
Uh, and yeah, I was not here at the time. So this will be my first participation in the Trading World Championship. So
Oh, they're a
it'll
lot
be
of
a good
fun.
time. Oh yeah.
They're a lot of fun because it, there's we all have to be so like diligent and rules based and serious about, because we're trading our money or other people's money, but real money.
Yeah.
So we have to be like really like robotic and everything about it. Then there's competitions like this where you just get to have fun. You get to swing for
Sure.
the fences a bit. You get to smack talk your buds. You got to, because you're never going to smack talk your friend who's taking a real trade.
Right.
It's like, hey,
You lost $5,000 today, you loser.
yeah.
What an
But
idiot.
these you get to go, okay,
Yeah.
you get to get in that little, like if you ever played video games or something, right? You're
Oh yeah.
playing Halo with your buddy. You get to, talk a little smack with it. So I love them for that, just because they're a lot of fun. But at the same time, again, you get to see trades that people make, and so come with your notebook and say,
Yeah.
oh, this is an interesting thing that you've done here, and that's an interesting thing that you've done there.
Yeah.
And let me maybe learn a little bit from that, and have a potential game plan going forward. And maybe maybe you see a trading strategy that's really super interesting to you, and you co-op some of it, you take some of it, you go,
Yeah.
okay, well, now I've learned a little bit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I got stopped out of my MRVL trade, but it went pretty well, so I'm happy with it. That was my
Oh,
first and only trade so far today.
good stop.
Definitely,
good
yeah, definitely,
good
it
stuff.
definitely squeezed up, and I got close to the bottom, so that was a good move up. Good move up for sure.
Stephen Ducks made 20 million on his car short,
What?
man. Whoo wee.
What? My gosh. For some reason, I'm not seeing I say I wanna interact with the comments, but I'm only seeing a few to the left side of my screen, so I'm not actually getting them.
Sometimes, yeah, you got to go right to the YouTube chat, I've noticed. But
Yeah,
man,
let
someone's
me
talking about Sunnyvale. They're talking about that. I love it's like everyone, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, you have to. Everyone goes, oh, you're Canadian. What do you think of Trailer Park Boys? It's like we've got one famous show, and it's just about like the most degenerate human beings imaginable. I'm like, yeah,
It
that's
doesn't
us.
represent all of Canada.
Well, what's
I
really
know.
funny is it's like a 10-minute drive from where I am, where they used to film. The first bit was
Wow.
just right up the road. Bubbles owned a bar in where I was, and it actually got shut down because there's too many fights happening outside.
Oh my
Everyone
god.
would go, like, it was called Bubbles Mansion. Everyone would go down to, because he stayed open. There's a rule where you got to close down your bars here. I think it's like 3:30 a.m. And he just said, screw it, because the fine was only like 10K. So he would just pay the fine every weekend. He'd say,
Wow.
we'll stay open. We'll stay open, whatever. And we'll just pay the 10 grand fine, because we're going to make
Do
more
what we
from
want.
being the only place open. So and you know that no one who's like, oh man, it's 3:30 in the morning, I still want a place to drink. That those aren't the people who have the best intentions in the
No,
world,
not
right?
typically.
So they're all going down. Yeah, they were fighting and whatever, and the whole thing it was a crazy nightmare. The whole thing got shut down. It's
Oh
wild.
my gosh. But it made for good TV,
Wild. Oh yeah, it was great.
and that's the
It wa-
important part. It's all about production value.
yeah. Oh, I still every now and then you see that. I think it's on Netflix still. You go and you take a look and go, oh, let's go back. Let's go back in time here.
Let's go back and look at that again. That's fun.
Let the liquor do the trading. Poor Leahy, rest in peace. Uh,
Handy
he was
dude.
a funny dude. Spy's looking interesting here, where it had that surge candle after the news, and then has just kind of creeped sideways here. So this to me is looking a little bit bullish, where we've been hanging out here. We didn't come back into this range. We didn't fail on that candle. So if
No.
we take out the high of that candle, maybe, and then this is the area that I think is kind of the most important, because if you go on the daily chart, that's kind of yesterday's low right here, which is
Mm,
also a big pre-market low level. So if we can get back into yesterday's low, but I look at this and I say, oh, we're range bound, right? We're just entering back inside this range. It's really the ugliness is coming from IVG, and it's like ugliness, but it's been up huge and now it's taking a little bit of a sharp pullback. I don't think that's like world ending kind of stuff, right?
No. And, as you know, historically, in the last several weeks, SPY's just been going up, and a little pullback here and there is healthy. It's good, and
Yeah.
it's obviously going to happen.
What and you want it to happen, right?
You
If
want it to,
you're
exactly.
a
You want it
long-term bull, you're like, okay, take a breath.
Yeah,
right?
please do.
Let's chill out here. If
Don't
things
wanna
get
be
a
in a
little
bubble.
bit too crazy, that's when you start getting, parabolic. Like parabolic moves up, and generally with parabolic moves right down. We were just talking about Carr, right? That guy who made 20 mil off his short, right? That's insane.
That
To
is insane.
if that happens, it was only a matter of time. Remember, uh, Mitch was getting a little grumpy with us because we kept talking about this. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
well, one day this thing's going to collapse like 50%. And I'm going to hope I was on it. I didn't obviously make 20 million like that dude did, but I did get a pretty nice short off it. And it's like, you don't want that to happen to the markets, right?
Sure. What is your
Oh, the
thought
guy.
on Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, congrats, this guy who's buying, telling us he was buying gold off the
Yeah.
open. Looks like it's turned around. It's working out for him now.
That's great, Barney. That's good stuff. What are your thoughts on SPY hitting 800 sometime this year? You think it looks, according to the charts and the way things are going, it looks like it's possible. And obviously we know it's the market, so really anything's possible.
I'm going to grab midterm election seasonality.
Ah,
This is
yeah.
the only
Okay.
thing that I keep harping on, and it's seasonality stocks. This is the only thing I keep harping on over and over again. The only thing that really has me worried, or I guess cautious, I guess you could say. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good chart right here. Except, where is it? I just want to make sure. I always get like nervous doing web browser stuff on. But yeah, so this is the average year of the stock market, the black line. And then this is the average year of a midterm election. So right on average, the market drifts higher. You can put your finger on any point on any candle on the S&P 500 and there is a 75% chance we're up from a year from now. So that's fine, but on these midterm years, often you get this nonsense. Now, we're not seeing that this year, obviously. We did have a little bit of a dip into negative territory earlier, and then, now we're up, but usually we don't see that rip until the end. Now, there's two ways of thinking about that is, oh, okay, we're only getting started. So when things really start to take off, there's going to be this giant catch-up trade. That's like the bullish side of me wants to say, well, if we usually rip to the end of the year and we are, we're not even there yet, then that could be really interesting. The other thing is, are we getting all that out of the way beforehand and we're just not gonna care like that? I don't really know. So yeah, I'm looking at that and saying, okay, there's two schools of thought there, but the fact that we're so deviated from the seasonality makes me think that we could kind of come back a little bit as well, right?
Sure.
Snowman's asking, Steve's still doing the power hour, as far as I know, right? Mitch, again, for those who are wondering, Mitch is just off today because he's got a sick one, right? So we wish them all the best, and that whoever's not feeling good and having a little bit of a sick ends up getting better. So RGTI, actually, I'm looking down at my swing account. RGTI just triggered there on that breakout. That's an interesting. This is usually a pretty boring kind of thing. I never thought I'd have quantum computers. Oh, we have earnings today, so there's no power hour, guys. Earnings. What do we have earnings for? Let me look.
We have earnings for, let's see.
Earnings.
I have it pulled up as well. We've got it for
CrowdStrike, AVGO. Yeah.
And five below, and woof. Petco, health and wellness.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, CrowdStrike's very interesting. That's a big one, and AVGO are both big pops there. So CrowdStrike could be the thing that reverses some of this, because I'd imagine it's a large component in the IVG. Jeez, look at that though. Holy smokes.
Yeah, stair stepper.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had more, right?
Yeah,
Obviously. I don't own CrowdStrike directly. I bought a bunch of this hack ETF. I bought some, whatever day it was. It's been years now. I think it was this one. Whatever day it was that it CrowdStrike like destroyed the entire planet, because they did a Windows update or something, and then nothing, like trains stopped and planes stopped and everything exploded.
Oh, yeah.
I just bought some hack there and just said this is part of my retirement now, and that's been working out great.
Wow. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, there was the huge, and this is right. So there's going to be CrowdStrike, and I think PanW, and a couple of the big ones. There's one for the smaller dudes, and I think that's Bug.
That's
Yeah,
a stock name.
that's going to be Zscaler and some of these littler dudes. But CrowdStrike might be interesting, because how do you report earnings after
Ding
that
dong.
move? What up, my dude?
There's pizza at the door.
Oh, shit, I'll take some.
What's going on, guys? Some morning pizza. What's going on? How we doing?
It's been
looks like is it a
flattish.
hedge type of day?
Is somebody else on with us? Oh, it's Mitch. I can't even see him. I have no idea why. I can't see comments and I can't see Mitch.
It's okay. Welcome to EV Mux, my friend Jesse.
give her a refresh there.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah,
I'm going to go back
I
out
love
and come
these
back
moments. He's like, who's talking to me?
yeah. Well, it's like every now and then I just start talking and I don't realize it. Everyone else is
Audio
talking
just
too.
goes.
I can't. It's just like, oh, good. Oh. You unplug it, you plug it back in, you turn it back on, off, and you hope everything works out.
Hey, well, today's one of those days where it's a tough one. This pullback, I was looking for a nice 3-day rally in basic materials. Of course, getting the pullback today early on. We'll see if it rallies back. We are getting a little bit of a bounce back, but trying to hold in, right? At least in my swing trades, at least based on the risk and return, right? It was up like about 900 yesterday. Not that I'm not up right now, but looking to see that we get the rebound on, because if not, I might have to hedge a little bit and go short like some tech names. Dare I say it?
Yeah, the bot picked up some MRVL short off the open.
Oh, there you
Some
go.
of those
It's feeling like me today.
Shorting some, just a little, meter version, right?
We got to throw up when we say short tech. It's called a puking trade.
It's what we wanted to see, and it's happening, right? And short the.
Did you want to see
short
it?
the semis?
I don't know if they wanted to see it. The application names are taking the hit there. IGV.
This is working out great for my.
Well, you did cash some IGV.
By healthcare,
right?
I did a little bit. I'm looking to reload here.
Yeah, you should reload. I think back down maybe 200 EMAs or 50. Well, you get a nice chance.
Yeah,
right?
It's one of those, and this is why charts are important, because if you just looked at that number and said, oh man, we were down 4% yesterday and we're down another 3.5 today, you'd say that's ugly. And you just look at the daily chart and you go, oh, right, where our price is not seen since Friday. Yeah,
and then like the whole number type of thing, right? You broke 100, right? You get some profit taking, you come back down below 100, you might use that opportunity to reload, right?
Yeah, and that's the game plan. Ideally, honestly, if we can get into like the 95, I'd be a little bit happier. But if we just base out here for a couple days and then break out, I might add some in there, because it's the numbers look bad, but it's bad from like an insane base, right? So
yeah, that's the crazy part.
If your stock's down 10%, but it's up 50% before it drops 10%, then it's just a ordinary pullback. Just sucks to be the guy who bought the top. Just don't do that. Don't.
Well, I mean, it's just
that's a skill issue,
you play.
right?
It's the game you play. I don't think it's a skill issue. It's the game you play, right?
Well, if you're
your hand chopped, right?
if
If
you're
you keep
chasing
playing it,
momentum,
right?
you just have to understand that you're chasing momentum. It's the chasing, like the whole catching a falling knife. I think chasing momentum is way more dangerous than
I
catching
would just say it's the
falling
same
knives
thing. I would say it's
because
the same
it's,
thing. You're catching extremes, right? But
yeah, I just
you're
think you
just
can do a
counter
lot.
trading it, right?
You can do a lot of numbers to say that when things are incredibly oversold, the likelihood of a bounce is much higher. When they're incredibly
But
overbought, a likelihood for a sharp pullback. And hey, it's
if
probably not
anything,
over, right?
though, I would say that rips to the upside sometimes, if you really did the research, are to buy, though, right? Majority of
Well,
the
yeah,
times, and
it's
then you get
good.
hit.
Yeah, it's going to be hold. It's going to be a hold time, right? If you bought IVG
Yeah,
at
that's exactly what it is.
like 105, probably not going to be too mad about it in a couple months from now, right? You might be mad about it in a week from now. And that, I think, and I would say it's probably the opposite for mean reversion, right? People buying knives. You're probably going to love your life pretty quickly, but because you're buying thing in a downtrend for the long time, you're probably going to have a bit of a hard time. Someone shorting 5 below.
Shorted a
The
little bit of
system's trying.
SOX L, so that's what I'm going after, at least for a hedge, and just in case
Shorted.
basic materials comes down.
So you shorted SOX L instead of buying
Instead of longing.
SOX X?
Yes.
Okay.
You could just do the opposite, right? And you know what I like to do sometimes is, let's say if I don't get the best entry, you can kind of like go after the other one, right? And get a better entry. Then maybe like kind of like do a tighter stop on your SOX L trade. Then you're a little bit better risk to return on the other trade, right? Why not use both, right? Like, I'm still playing the same trade, just a different way, right? Like if I bought it right now, it'd probably be better risk to return than the SOX L trade. I could essentially hedge out of that trade or tighten down the risk on that, then go bigger on SOX S at this point, because at least I can stay tight to that low. But the problem with SOX S is that it's like that, right? It's very, very tight moving. It's one of those where you have to load up more size, right? So like if it's $5, right, versus something that's trading at 277, it's going to be a size game, right? Like you got to go big. You got to go like, I don't know, maybe 500 shares to get the same kind of action that you're going to get on your SOX L, right? And SOX L just moves more, right? The ATR on SOX S right now on a daily is only $1, right? So that's what you got to be thinking about.
MRVL playing around at VWAP. It went above, it made it above, and then it kind of broke below. We're kind of just dancing right now on it.
Dancing. Everyone's like right now just staring at their thing. Is it going to come back today? Do we buy the dip again?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's everyone right now. Everyone, I'm sure, like literally, like there's so many accounts right now just all watching the screen on technology because they're buying the dip again. They're buying the dip. I can't blame you. Will you buy the dip until you get burned on the rip, right? And then all of a sudden you're just like, okay, well, now I got my hand chopped. Let me calm it down, right? But you should have made a ton of money on the up move, right? Yeah. That's the key. That's why I tell you guys all the time that it's what defines the best traders is not risk. It's risk on, right? It's how to put the gas pedal when you need to. Because if you did in the last 3 weeks, your account should be up like 30%, 40%. The whole account.
When you say risk on, Mitch, if you could kind of expound on that.
Let's talk about
it. Like risk on when moves are more obvious and in play. Is that how you mean that?
It's about understanding current environment. That's what I would put it as, right? When you're a trend trader, the number one thing you got to understand is when the market's in like a euphoria type of ride. Right now, it's exactly that, right? And so when you ride those trends, they're going to be able to hold longer in a euphoric period than they will in a choppy period, an uncertainty period in the market, right? Like when we first got into the war, we went all of a sudden uncertainty. And everyone was like uncertain about what's going to happen, right? That's called current environment, and it shifts. And it shifted fast in earnings. We were talking about it here, right, Michael? As we were going
Mhm.
into earnings, we knew the seasonality for April was really good. We were watching to see that earnings could be the kind of the driver. We all said that at some point the war will take a back seat, and that's exactly what happened, right? But if you were looking for that current environment, then you start to see things start to stack up, like the Micron trade, right? Like going to 1,000, right? Like things just rocketing, Dell, like everything. So that's when you need to be able to what? Have dry powder to put into use, right? So making sure that you're using your buying power really wisely and staying with the momentum, right? Riding the winners, cutting the losers fast. In this case, probably even faster, because you shouldn't have many losers. What you should have is a ton of winners that are trend riding higher. And this is when it makes sense to hold. Like for a little while at the beginning of the year, it made sense to do mean reversion trades, right? Like sell the rip. As soon as you got the rip, sell it because it's going to come back. Now, if you get the rip, you don't sell it. You hold and you get more, right?
Yeah.
And then that really bends your equity wave, right?
Sure.
Because we're all looking to look at our equity wave and try to ride that out, right? Like ride out the roller coaster ride, right? And the key, always controlling the down waves. But I think that's kind of like always talked about in finance. Now, how do you get a big up wave? How do you get a big up wave? It's not a matter of winning and losing. For me, if you really want a big up wave, you want to move your account, you want to be like these guys that move their accounts hundreds of percents for the year, well, then you need to be able to know when to hit the gas pedal.
Sure.
Right? So
Yeah.
develop a checklist, develop rules that tell you it's gas pedal time.
Well, and often
then
people
you
will
have to
look
develop
at
that, right? It's
they'll-
it's not
they'll-
something that's normal.
well, and they'll just look at how easy, I guess, for lack of better terms, or trading has been. I know a lot of the guys will do that. And they'll, you know, if you're a
They'll tell you.
breakout trader, yeah, they'll take a breakout and then they'll like, man, that was really easy. And they'll take another breakout and they'll go, holy smack, that was easy. And then they start really sizing up. And then they take a few hits and they go, okay, breakouts aren't sticking the way they were. So let me just pare back. And, you know, it's kind of like using, I know some quant traders that will do this, that they use their equity curve as they'll like put moving averages on their equity curve. And right, when their equity curve is parabolic and things are just working out well for whatever system they're running, they apply more capital, they go real crazy. And then all of a sudden, you know, they've got like a 50-day moving average or something on their equity curve and it breaks down under that. They go, okay, things just aren't firing for my strategy right now. Let me chill out. Let me lower position size. Let me step back. As soon as that recovers, then step up again. So you can do it very easily just by looking at your own trading, right?
Yeah, I think it's a combination, right? I think if you want to really do this well, you have to create a checklist, right? It could be things like as simple as, is the Qs above the 9 EMA, right? Are the SPY above the 9 EMA, right? Is it in that position? Is it in, because normally when we're getting a momentum move, and I've taught you guys this countless times on this stream, right? The 9 EMA is a really good indicator to just look at a stock and say, is it in a momentum ride up? Is it in a trend trade? Because if it's not above the 9 EMA and pushing away from the 9 EMA, I can tell you right now that is not a momentum trade. That's one thing I can clearly define, right? So that could be on the checklist, things like that. You want to clearly define your checklist, always looking at it to judge current environment. This is going to tell you when you need to size down and when you need to size up. It's a dynamic thing, right? So what you want to do is like what Michael would think, right? Michael would be like, how can you quantify that, right? Because you need to quantify it, right? You can't just be, you know, oh, I'm feeling that growth stocks are going up. No, actually take a measurement, right? Find an index that you want to follow for growth stocks or create your own, right? How are growth stocks doing? Are they up in the last, month? How much are they up? Are they outperforming the market? Like we always talk about relative strength and relative weakness, right? Because that can really give you signs.
You can quantify it too by looking at things like growth versus value is a good way to do it,
100%.
right? So there's, growth ETFs
Ratios.
like ARK or something, right? Is ARK doing better or is Berkshire Hathaway doing better? If Berkshire Hathaway is ripping and ARK's tanking, you're probably in a little bit of a risk-off environment, right? People are favoring investing more in, the stuff that Warren Buffett would invest in versus the stuff that Kathy Wood. I know someone who just uses that ratio chart, and that's his, right? If ARK is really cranking and Berkshire Hathaway isn't, then great. I'm going to be very risk on. I'm going to try to hold my swings. I'm going to try to go. The VIX is another way to look at it. If the VIX is really low, the market's generally trending quite nicely, and you can take trades. If the VIX is really high, then the market's generally quite choppy, and they will, tailor their trading based off of what they're seeing out there and just pick some quantifiable metric or a handful of them and do some sort of weighting of it and just say, okay, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen there? But
Yeah.
are you leaving us, Jesse? Is that what I just read in the?
I am taking off. I have to take care of those.
I
dozen
appreciate.
children, half a dozen children, and got some other things I got to do today. But it's been a pleasure, and I hope the kid.
Thanks
feels
for
better,
coming
man.
by. Thanks for coming by,
thank
man.
you. Thank you for jumping in, man.
Good to see you guys.
They got a little bit of a stomach flu, so a little stomach virus that's going around here. Seems like it's common because I got to the doctor's office and they're like, "Oh yeah, the stomach virus that everywhere else is getting." And I was like, "All right, well that's why I don't bring them here all the time."
It happens. That's right. I got that. All right, great.
That's why I don't go to daycare.
Yeah, we are
Have a
going
good
to
one,
switch
Jesse.
over to some swing trading chat. So that'll be really cool. I don't know
Swing
if we've
trading
got-
time, guys. All right, traders, we
Cool.
can continue this conversation because essentially what we were talking about, I think we can just pivot into this conversation, right? Which is learning how to kind of maybe swing trade in the right current environment because sometimes the environment's just not there, right? And you hear Michael try to get around this all the time by having multiple strategies, which is one way to go in about it too, right? There's so many ways in finance to go about things, right? There's strategies essentially, right? So we can expand on that. We can talk a little bit more about that. And if anything you got, Michael, we can also pull into that. But just wanted to start off the conversation there.
Yeah, so I know, and first of all, we're doing this because Trade the Pool has got swing trade accounts. I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't even know
That's
if
what
I
I
can
love.
if I can tease too much about this, but the I hear there's new swing trading accounts coming out too, which might be a little
There's
interesting.
always in the works. Always in the works.
Well, I won't say too much more than that, but
Let us know in the chat who swing trades out here. Let's do a little poll, a little poll from the chat. Who's swing trading out there?
And I think it's important to first start off with like, should you be swing trading? Is a question I hear a lot. The answer I think just is very personal, but it should be pretty easy. It's like, do you have the time to sit and monitor positions for most of the day? Do you have like dedicated time, near the open or the close or some sort of volatility in when the volatility is high? Can you sit and focus? Because I know a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm a dev, so I can just have one monitor open and trade because I work from home. It's like, no, you need, if you were going to do day trade professionally, you either need to do it systematically like I do, or you need to be able to very much focus for a very short period of time. And if your answer is no, I don't have that time and I can't do that, you go, okay, well then maybe swing trading is for you, right? Are you someone who has a busy job, or like, Jesse was saying, 1 million children or something like that? It is a way to trade with way less of a time commitment. But then also, I think the important thing is that it's not so much always time. It could just be personality based. If you are someone out there who you're very much interested in, like Mitch's, thematic trading, or if you're someone who's interested in fundamental analysis or something like that, if you're doing fundamental analysis and then all of a sudden you're in and out of a trade in 5 minutes, that makes absolutely no sense, right? You have to line up your thinking and your mentality to your time frame. So if you're somebody out there who either you have a longer term thought process, or I'd say the last group of people that are good for swing trading is people who are really emotional, right? When you zoom out in time and you have more time, you're looking at like a 30-minute chart instead of a 1-minute chart, and a daily chart instead of a 5-minute chart, and you have minutes to hours to make decisions as opposed to seconds to like a minute or two to make a decision, it alleviates a lot of pressure, like a lot of pressure, where you can say, okay, I don't need to, it's no longer important that I get it like a pixel perfect entry on my trade. Doesn't matter if I get it like the penny I need to do. I can sit back and I can say, okay, I want to buy this stock, but whether I do it right now or in an hour from now or, tomorrow doesn't matter as much. So if you're in one of those buckets and you don't have the time or, even just the emotional control, or you just don't believe that the market can be predicted just based off of things like momentum or whatever, you want to do something that has like thematic or fundamental reasoning, I think all of those people are perfect to be looking kind of from the swing trading side of things.
Yeah, and I think it's all about, like Michael said, find your horizon. Also understanding that day trading takes a lot of luck. Like I will put luck in there for day trading because I can tell you, I can give maybe a couple of people that can execute a strategy really well, give them the same day trading strategy, and one might just do really well and two might just do really bad. Some would say that that's probably personality based. Maybe that is what's there, right? But the truth is that day trading has a lot of ups and downs, right? I think it has more ups and downs than, let's say, swing trading. Reason why? If you can understand the current environment, I think you can protect yourself a lot in swing trading. You can get towards a size down approach where a lot of times in day trading, sometimes we just get these wicked moves. Wicked. And that's just the name of the game. If you're playing in a short time frame move, you're trying to judge smaller amounts, more variables at play. There's going to be times for you to be probably more wrong than not, right? And I think in swing trading, you're giving yourself more time. You're still giving yourselves those more variables at play, but at least you're giving yourself more time in the trade also to become right? It's not an immediate gratification type of thing. And I think that that's what day trading really is more like. You're looking for immediate gratification.
Well, yeah, and it takes one variable out of the equation, and I think that's a big part of it too. Where, and the same reason I don't trade a whole lot of options. Where the idea is that in day trading you have to be right in direction by a certain time, right? So you have the AVPT, right? This thing I was just looking at, the robot just shorted. You have to be right on the direction side of things, but you have to be right by the end of the day. Like I could be right that this area, or the bot could be right that this area is around the top. Geez, man, I just opened up the Trade the Pool site and I got double Mitch screaming at me. Sorry, that broke my concentration. But just like, get out of here, double Mitch. I think they autoplay now, so that's good. You got to be right on the direction, and you got to be right on the direction at a certain time frame. If you are swing trading, you take one of those variables out of the equation. I could short this stock here, and it could go nowhere for 2 or 3 days, and then make its move, and I can still profit off it. So anytime you remove a variable in which you have to do, I think that really kind of highlights that importance as well, where you're like, okay, now I only need to be right on direction. I don't need to be right on both direction and time frame behind it. So that gives me a little bit more freedom to kind of say, okay, I can play with more strategies. And then a big thing is that the change is going to come soon, in which everything's going to be 24 hours. Like we already have 24-hour trading on a lot of our things anyway. As there's more and more liquidity that moves over there, you're going to see more and more side of that, in which we are, you're able to. Everyone's going to be a swing trader, is basically what I'm saying. So I think it makes sense to try to figure that out now, because eventually the markets are going to be just like crypto, where it's 24/7, 365, and you can go from there. But again, if you want to bring in, just while we're chatting here, these are the programs. If you want to try it, right? When you scroll down, you want to check out our program. We have both day, and you click right here for swing. And these are the current accounts. You can get up to 40K. You have everything that you need for how much you got to make and lose and all of that kind of stuff. And you can learn again how to swing trade. And the only restriction on how long to hold for is you can't hold through earnings. So a couple ways, biggest way around that is if you are swing trading like indexes. Someone was saying that he really liked gold. Well, if you had a swing trading account, you bought gold in it. Gold doesn't report earnings, so you could hold it for as long as you think it's a good trade. So by removing that out of the equation entirely, it creates a very interesting place to say, well, I just need to pick this direction. Also, indexes like the SPY. MAG7, MAGS, all of these ETFs that we talk about all the time, we use these to help with our analysis, but you can also just trade them and hold them. So for example, if you're really bullish semiconductors, you can buy individual names, but if you buy a basket of names, which is the SMH or the SOXL or whatever, you could hold for these entire moves. And that allows an outsized return that I don't think is as doable from the day trading side of things, because eventually somebody rings the bell and you have to get out of your position. So, there's pros and cons to each. Obviously, we give more buying power to the day trading side of things because it's easier for us to control our risk intraday, not have to worry about gaps. But, so what you kind of lack in more buying power, I think it makes up for entirely by the fact that you can just hold on forever and just not have that issue. As long as SMH goes up, you could be a holder in it if you end up liking the strategy and get out when you want, right?
All right, we're starting to see a leak come back in here, so we'll see what happens. I think it's just going to be one of those days where we're due for some chop.
Well, and what's interesting here, right, is the split between, so the Qs are actually positive on the day, with the SPY being down on the day, and we have healthcare ripping. So a lot of this is financials. Like look at XLF. You seen that down 1.75% today?
I mean, the financials have gone nowhere though in the last month. I've talked about how if you have your money parked in the financials, I think you're just doing it wrong at this point. This thing is looking ugly and it just can't get a move even when the market's doing its best move ever. So that just tells us more and more. Get the hell out of financials, at least for the short term. Yeah,
the rate indecision, right? We need to have that as well, right?
And then the worst thing is that, Warsh was coming in to do the cuts. Well, now can he really do cuts? I think even if he does use his AI that he wants to use, well, his AI is going to tell him, you can't cut, man. You can't cut.
Someone's asking to cover the VCP pattern, and we can do that on one. I'm making a note right now.
Yeah, just give us topics. We can always cover them. Maybe we don't touch them right now, guys, but the more topics that you guys do, the more that we can break down. I don't think there is a strategy out there that we can't break down, so you just let us know what you want to covered, and we can do it. We're going to start doing this every Wednesdays right here, guys. So if you're a swing trader, this is the place to be. Come hang out with us. Come bring your trade ideas. And also, we might maybe start calling some people from the chat. If you want to have some trade ideas and come on, maybe just chat with us about a trade idea, let us know, right? Because we're always willing to bring you guys on and bring on more traders. So all you got to do is just let us know, right?
Yeah,
that's why we in FAZ. There you go. But even then,
a good way. Nice
haven't gone
breakout.
Anywhere. I mean, if you're in it today, I understand, right? But it really hasn't gone anywhere in a long time.
Well, that's why I think they're right. You know how Crow and Tac trade. They're turtle traders, so they're buying this breakout, right? And they're expecting the breakout, which means a breakdown. I mean, 100%. Mean they're looking for a breakdown in FAGLX. I like it.
Starting to see a little bit more weakness coming into the Qs there. Let's see what happens here now. I think it's going to be a tell sign. This next 15-minute candle is going to tell us, like, if we start driving, let's say here 747s and above, I think we get to 749 and start to push back to 750. But if we start to drop right here, I think the tell sign is going to be MRVL. MRVL and Micron you could use as proxies, like we were talking about different proxies. So we'll see what happens here. MRVL, of course, was just grinding up in the overnight. I even almost bought some AVGO in the overnight, and that would have been a nice one just to sell it this morning, right? It's kind of like a 10, 12 point trade, but we're seeing the same action. AVGO and MRVL's chart look the same. Let me see if Micron looks the same. Yeah, same charts, guys, all around. They're just dips below supports, and they're hanging out slightly above VWAP or at VWAP. So we'll see right here. It's a tell sign, right? I used to trade this strategy, the VWAP fade strategy, but it's lost its edge. I think a lot of VWAP strategies lost edge. I think too many people just use the VWAP now, but that's just what I've seen, right? It definitely isn't the same as it was, let's say, 2022, 2021. I used to purely use the VWAP on day trades.
That's the nature of it, right? As soon as a strategy gets popular, it's going to degrade somewhat. And then eventually, this is the benefit of trading multiple strategies, but then eventually what's going to happen is if the edge disintegrates and then there is no one trades it anymore, then it will start working again.
Swing alert. Swing alert. TEL. Let's set up the trade. Tell me what you think about the trade, Michael. This is, of course, a longer-term pattern, trendline break pattern, getting back up in a hot area like electronic components, and not looking bad right now. I like this little move on a industry that's leading tech right now. And where are some leaders in that space that just got going yesterday? I gave you guys some of these, like GLW, Corning going for new highs, APH, another name to look in there. You can look at your CLS. Look at that chart. Just rocketing. So Fabrinet is in that theme, and that space is hot right now. This is why what I was talking last night, and I think it's important, is you're seeing a bunch of tug of war with these tech stocks. So one of them will just start pulling on the rope and just start going. Then the other one pulls on the rope and just starts going, right? But while that other one is pulling on the rope, you could see one fall, right? Like you're seeing today. The software names take a little bit of hit. Semi is taking a little bit of a hit, but there's still other areas that are pushing. Solar is pushing. Electronic components are pushing. And semiconductor equipment stocks are pushing. So like your ASML, your LRCRX, your AMAT up 3% from the open and on a new high, right? On a new, literally all-time high. So this is the type of market we're in. But we can go to that kind of tell trade. What do you think about electronic components here? Just wanted to kind of frame the trade.
It's funny is like a lot of my swing trading. I talk about some of my discretionary stuff here, but most of my swing trading is the same as my day, which it's systematic entirely in nature. So, and a lot of pullback stuff, right? So I look at this, say decent little momentum style trade, but it's, I don't know, up from 196 to 221, pretty much a straight line. For me, that makes me a little nervous, but you know me, I like to buy the dips more than I like to buy the rips. Looking at, so for example, right, one trade I can give, it's very low volume, so just be careful, but is this TEO? This is a trade I took today. I couldn't tell you what they do. Don't even know the name of the company other than it's TEO. And this is a great setup. This is something that I like. You know, if I was discretionarily trading over and over again, if that's what you took everything away from me, and I always say, and there's one setup I had to do, it would just be this one because it makes your decision pretty simple. Really strong move from $11 to 15, so a 50% up move in like 3 days, and then it comes back down to test that breakout zone. That's where I pick some up at. I'm in at 1348, so right here, exactly. And then just looking for a small bounce off that. And if that bounce continues end those, you end up breaking this high right here at 15, this setup, I like it because it accomplishes like three things. One is you're trading with the trend always, because if you're buying a retest of a breakout point, you're trading with the trend. It means it's gone up and then it's pulled back and you're looking for a bounce to continue. So that's one thing. The other thing is you've clearly defined your level. If we start leaking into like the 13s down here, then you're 100% wrong. And you've got that kind of risk reward thing going on where, right? So I'm buying at 1350, I'll be out in the 13s if it doesn't work out. And then if we bounce back up to, 15 or so, well, that's right, $1, $2. So I'm risking 50 cents to make $2. So that's kind of the way I look at it is, same as anything. I don't really care what the company is or what it does or any of that stuff. It's just, is that a setup that I can repeat over and over again? SMH still up 1%, pretty wild one.
Yeah, I mean, it's holding in there, but tech can't get the bounce because it's still split. There's still some drag. There's still some push. So that just means to me could be a chop, right? Chop session. But the Qs are still leaking away from that 747 area. Now heading to the VWAP, which is 745. It's tapped it once. It went to 744.95. So let's see if we break VWAP on the 15-minute. I think right now it's going to be a nice tell for me is I'm going to be watching this 15-minute candle. If we go green on here, I think we start to push and drive. Let's see what happens.
A nice little push there in SLV just a second ago here. And
yeah, I had some gold trade on. I put on overnight. It's starting to bounce back now, WPM, but I got out of it already this morning. We'll see what happens on gold and silver. You still short silver or?
No, I've been out of that for ages because just the chart that I showed that, right, it cracks and then it goes nowhere for
exactly
years.
For a long time.
So it's like I just don't want to, with everything going on, and another thing to talk about too, I think is more important, even from the swing trading side of things, is just the understanding that you have to know it's opportunity cost of money. You can, because you can hold forever. If you sit there and just hang out forever, you just don't make any money. You don't lose any money. And I know people who do that. I know people who've been in like GameStop for years. The thing hasn't done anything for ages. So, you're not losing money, but you're missing from things as well. And just wanted to shout out, I guess, I can't pronounce his name, but the Prime Minister of Israel, I guess, getting interviewed on CNBC right now for some reason. So
that's always good.
That's going to be Iran kind of war chat stuff. So just keep that in mind, right? I'm sure that's the only thing that they're talking about with them. So just be careful there.
Yeah.
Right.
Just want to watch the oil charts. I'll tell you the sign.
Yeah. So Barney's talking about what's my swing. I just went through one of the strategies there, which is to pull back to prior breakouts. I currently run 10 different strategies, and ideally I want to run 50 strategies. 100 strategies. My whole thinking on the markets
Where's
is
the
that
buying power, man. Pass them over.
That's right. Is the that is the closest thing to a holy grail that you can ever come across in trading, is just multiple strategies, because there's no one strategy that works ever. And what you're doing is
Can you repeat that for me? Can we get this full screen?
There is no one, and zoom in, there is no holy grail strategy. It does not exist. So stop looking. There are lots of strategies that do very well. None of them work all the time. There's not a single one that will ever work all of the time, forever, period. And I think that's where most people fall and struggle in trading, is they look for that and they spend their whole career going, oh, well, what about this crossover and that moving average and this thing and that thing and the other thing? And it's like, no, there's nothing that works all the time. So
1000%.
You got two options, and your one option is to try to predict what strategy will work in what markets. Good luck, right? If you'll make a lot of money if you can do that well. And then your other option is just to trade a whole bunch of different strategies and understand that there will be times where one strategy sucks and that you're hoping that the other strategy more than makes up for that one strategy that sucks. And that's, you can test it by taking any mean reversion strategy with any kind of an edge, and then combine it with any trend following strategy with any kind of an edge. And as soon as you slap those two things together, instantly both of them get better right off the bat, right? Or you just you sit through the times where your strategy doesn't work. It's another way to do it. It's just like,
hardest thing, though, right? Too, because that's not an easy thing to do, and I think that we could talk about that. There's a reason why you lean more to multiple strategies, right? Because it's sometimes near impossible to just judge the market and be like, is now the time or no, right? It's that's why I say you got to develop your checklist. It's not like it's like an easy measurement of current environment. This is what, like, let's say the best traders are doing all the time, right? Especially subjective traders. They're always judging the overall environment. They're always trying to understand what strategy is working better than others, right? A lot of them talk about this, like, let's say like S&B Capital, right? Still talking prop, right? They'll talk about this as a playbook, right? What's your playbook? This is why I call the playbook in the first place, right? Because you need to be having a playbook, right? It's not just, I just trade this one strategy every single time. I come in, I only look for longs. I only look for this break. It gets very, very mundane, and a lot of times you'll make mistakes because you go outside of discipline because you're trying to trade like a robot, and you might as well just trade the robot probably in that point because you're trying to trade like a robot, right? You're trying to be emotionless, not look around at the market, and only strictly trade one trade.
Yeah, that gets really hard because you never know when that trade will come back, right? You don't know if it's going to be a day
today,
right?
tomorrow,
You don't know if it's going to be a year from now. Like, it could just be like, well, and like Mitch was talking about, he had a VWAP strategy that the system or that the edge is just out of. Probably going to come back at some point. Might be 5 years by the time everyone goes, oh, this doesn't work anymore, and then all of a sudden it comes right back. But you don't know, so you have to have that discipline. So the easiest way, the only way that I've found to do it kind of systematically and consistently, is just say, screw it. I'm just going to trade, right? It's like I mentioned, 10 strategies, some day trading, some swing trading, some investing, some pullback, some breakout, whatever. And what I spend my day doing, instead of trying to guess which one is going to work the best and trying to figure that out, I just spend my time trying to find new strategies. That's the whole thing I do is, okay, well, what's next? Okay, what's next? And taking that strategy and then testing it and making sure that it's somewhat uncorrelated with everything else that I do, and just over and over again, kind of forever, just trying to, merge as many uncorrelated systems as I can, and just accept that there's some that are just going to suck sometimes, right? Sometimes my day trading is just going to lose. But in that time frame where my day trading is losing, the market's probably not very volatile. My investments are probably doing great. I'm invested in most of the Mag 7, have been for like a year now. And those have been doing amazing. The investment strategies have been doing great. The swing trading or the day trading strategies might suffer in that time, and vice versa. And every now and then you're going to have a time where every strategy sucks, and that's going to suck. And every now and then you're going to have a time where every strategy is amazing, and that's going to be great. But most of the time, 90+% of the time, it'll be a mix of both. Right? Some will work, some won't work. And if your risk reward and your risk management's correct, then that'll be a great thing in the long run, because everything kind of has its heyday to shine. When one strategy sucks and the other strategy is good, your hope is that you're making money across the two of those.
We'll see what happens today, guys. It's gonna be 11, and the Qs just broke VWAP, so looks to me like it might just be a tech fade type of day. That's what I'm gonna take a bet on. At least I'm seeing basic materials start to tweak back into the green from the open. What I would really love right here is if it could just be a tech down, basic materials bounce back, but I don't know if those two align today. We will see what happens. It could be that the tech trade does well for me and then I lose on the basic material trade. We'll find out, right? Like always, guys, stick around. We'll be having a lot more for you guys. And of course, don't miss the Trading World Championship. If you haven't done so already, make sure you're signed up. It's already June 3rd. We're starting next week. Don't be that guy that misses out on the tournament. Even you guys that maybe are going to be just trading your own thing and you just want to just sign up. Guys, you never know. You might get to a point where you're just like, man, this tournament seems fun. I want to dive deep into it. And it won't take you too much, right? Maybe you're just taking a quick trade on there and going back to your account. Come on with us, guys. Definitely hit that. We'll make sure that there's a nice link there. There should be something right there in the description you can click, or we'll throw it up there in the chat. Go ahead and click it, guys, and sign up today. Don't be that guy. I'm telling you, or girl. Because there's going to be someone on Monday that says, but Mitch, can I get in now? Unfortunately, you won't. So don't be that guy. We'll see you guys on, of course, tomorrow. Thanks for covering, Jesse. I know if you're out there, much love to you for covering. And Michael, like always, have a great day, traders. Stay safe out there, and we'll have more for you on, of course, right here. We have streams going on all day long and earnings streams later today, so don't miss it. See you guys. Take care.
Peace.
What is up, everybody? It's Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool. We've had a rough day for SPY bulls. We're not used to red. I forgot what it felt like, guys, but we did catch this short, or at least most of it. Just closed up the last of our runners here into the 754 on SPY, and that was the 7550 node on SPX, our big gamma target for the day. So that was our trade of the day. Looking for just seeing what SPY can do into the close here. We'd like to see a little bit of a gravitation up. I think it's only fair. We can talk about why if we go to a daily chart here. Zoom in on in. We just transacted the 5-day moving average. We could not get down to the 1-day, but we are testing a reclaim of that 5-day. Let me add it on our charts here. See, there's the 5-day. And we are still, okay, we are still a little under it. So 55, 35, right around there. That's the pivot where I'm looking to see a reclaim to really get this party started. I'd like to see a back test into the bell here. Let's see if we can get it. What is up, Joe, in the house? How you doing, brother? Always good to see you. We are doing the lunchtime review here. We've had pretty much relentless selling out of the bell. I was on stream with Dave and the futures guys in the morning. They caught this short pre-market here very nicely, and I took a very little bit, or I just didn't even take it, but I was looking for this long, was waiting for a higher low here, didn't end up getting that, and then when it rejected, we looked for the short. It eventually did break down, but can't be too greedy on a day like this because, hey, bulls are ready to buy. And we can see that on this failed auction down. I want to show you on the 1-minute chart here, guys. Oh, that's a tick chart. That's not what we want. There we go. So when you get big red candles down on increasing volume like this, and then it stops going down, then you get a big green volume candle right here. This was my sign to exit the very last runner of my short. So luckily I got one off right into here, and then the very last one out here. Pushing on up. Now we're climbing these moving averages. Seems like we're constructive so far on a 1-minute chart, and I think that gives us room to run up and at least kind of check in with some of these higher volume areas up in the middle of the chart. So in general, on a consolidation day, and by that I mean on a daily chart here, we're not looking to go out the top. We're looking to reach back inwards into the internal liquidity and levels not seen since, oh my gosh, 4 days ago. So, you know, we're reaching down to get a little more liquidity to hopefully push up in the future. We'd like to see this turn into a nice flag. We would not like to see it really start cascading down. I'm going to change my 5 moving average back to the 9 that I usually rock with. And we'll just go 10, make it simple. So that's still sitting at 751.80, just over 751. And that's where I'm kind of looking at for this little bit of a pullback to end if we can't hold on the intraday chart. What we got, I guess. Who's in my swamp?
Hey, my name's Ogre Smith. I heard you got good callings about the SPY.
Something like that. Something like that. Mr. Ogre Smith, was it? It's nice to meet you.
Smith, I'm coming to your swamp today. How you doing, buddy?
Okay, I'm doing great. Do you by chance, are you related to Oprah Smith? Is that no relation?
Yes,
or?
I am. I am the ogre version of Oprah Smith.
Okay. I'm just checking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. How are you doing today? How's your day going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great. I'm a very serious guy. I'm a very serious trader. What the heck was I talking about?
Ask about Crowbar Steve. Is that it?
That's me. You got the right guy.
Okay. I heard not to mess with you. I'll make sure I'll be nice today. Even though I'm an ogre, I'll eat all your food, so don't get mad at me.
All right, it's in your nature. Right? You can't help it. It's you got your layers. Anyway, SPY, it's digging into its layers down here, just trying to dig in and carve its heels in, get a push up. Can it get a higher low, Josh? I'm not so sure if it's quite ready yet, but we're gonna watch. We're giving it the benefit of the doubt for now. What's going on in small cap land?
It's ugly. Nothing can stay up. Nothing's consistent today. You have good pre-market spikes that lead to really not a lot after hours. Like, let's go to XOS, right? XOS really just kind of duddy. today overall. Not a lot going on there. Some okay bounces in reversals. But it's okay. But I would say it's a mixed bag today. S dot was another one. S dot was another one. SDOT, that's another one that I just thought was really about to do a barn burner move, and it just was inconsistent in market, kind of up and down. Missed one bounce, kind of went against the grain where I should have went on a bounce play that I called out and went short like an idiot. I was like, why I should have took the bounce play. I remember that was the original call. But nothing is holding is the point. We're we're just not getting that consistent technical sound mover. The last couple of days we're starting to kind of fizzle off from last week, which we really had some great moves and consistent movers that were holding up. Now, it's not to say possibly WCT I think is the best one of the group today. That's still up about 160%. That has some movement to be had. Okay. That would be the one I would say has some wheels left possibly still on it. Your other one is going to be LASE for multi-day move. So multi-day move is LACE or LACE. However you want to say it. But yeah, LACE.
Photonics, laser. All right, this is a fun little area of the market. Yes. So yeah, this is not terrible looking, but even then, it's like kind of knocking on this level here at 350.
Yes,
I need to see it flush and reclaim, I think, before I'm ready to get involved with something like this, because it's just looking a little precarious.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind like a move back down, because of course you just look at the move from today into yesterday into today, if I should say, obviously. And I wouldn't mind a retrace back from the overall. So we're going from, say, I'm just going to make it a whole round, not $1, so we go $1 to 450. Come back down to 280. Come back down maybe a little to maybe 250, like you said. Give me a little mid candle movement down to the overall 50% retracement area, somewhere in there. Give me something like that, and then we can see a move back on up, and then maybe some more continuation. We have seen that. VCIGs of the world, right? We've seen a lot of VCIG continuation over the last few weeks, just overall, and looking at a chart that hasn't given up. CODX, CODX is another one. So does this turn into the new CODX VCIG, which we've seen this kind of be the trend of, getting a multi-day move and run from the low single digits to the high, single digits to maybe even double digits, moving to 10 plus. So we'll see.
Absolutely. What a crazy move on some of these. And I'm just noticing how when it works, it just works and you can trust. Like this is an hourly chart. That's what I was flipping around to find where it really fit. And it's, these nice 9 and 21 moving averages on the hourly chart. You can just look for these areas to transact and reclaim and continue this swing in action. As long as the chart's good, that's where you'll find the buyers. And that's explosive. So I was noticing on this, what was the other one you said there?
VCIG.
Yeah. VCIG.
Hercules, Joe, how we doing? D. Ryder, Gabe, and Chad. Hopefully you guys are having a good lunch. James, if you're still around, anyone else out there, Wallflowering. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. First red day for me in quite a while, so I'm going to have to call it, shout it is. It is what it is. Red day for me so far. Might be make it up, may not. It's not a big red day, but it is red, so, it's just one of those days. Finally, Nigel, how we doing? Yeah. But, hey, you can't be green all the time. I've had a really good run recently. Can't remember my last red day. It's been a couple of weeks. It's been I can't remember. It's been a while because I've been on a roll here, and it just shows you that today where it kind of is that little hit or miss in small caps, and today was a miss for me. But yeah, VCIG kind of the same thing as CODX.
No, yeah, just same thing, riding up these moving averages. And Josh, I'm red today, but I just don't think about it because their swing positions, I banked on a short. It wasn't quite big enough to cover the swings, but I still believe in them. I have till September on those. I don't really, my account balance is a little down, but like you said, it's been a really good run. So as long as I don't freak out and sell everything right now.
Yeah, I didn't think about that because I finally have such a, usually it's a slower day. I'm like, well, it's a slower day. I only made $100, but I still have my swings. I didn't think about that so far today. Yeah, ARM, MU, Amazon, they definitely, I know, luckily thanks for Amazon for sure, but MU, even the two shares I have left, MU and ARM, which ARM I've went light overall, and I'm still light in it, less than 50 shares now, those definitely make up for the loss for the day. So yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, wow.
The term swing's still going, so.
It's crazy how just while the market's looking a lot heavier, I mean, not even that heavy, but this thing's just flagging. It's just hanging out here. And sure, this could be a topping process. We couldn't be that upset if it was, Josh, considering what an explosive run we've had. I mean, it's crazy when you're entry, you got to squint to see it. And yeah, we really capitalized on this. And the thing is that, like, as long as we don't get stubborn and say, I'm buying every dip every day, and then eventually it comes down here and we have our cost basis up here now, that's the only real way we can hurt ourselves on this. We're down to a small amount. We've already booked that profit. For me, a third size that I have left, I've kind of just mentally committed to owning these forever. Even if it comes back to 200, I'll just say, well, I'm going to just buy more, It's a company that I believe in.
Yeah. You're all over
So-
it. I mean, yeah, I love it. I mean, yeah, I just got zooming back out because again, got to go back to the May 5th Cinco de Mayo call out for myself, where SanDisk is essentially blowing up to we'll go back to the 5th here. Yeah, that's the day it was finally blowing up from 1275, getting close to 1500. And I said, look for dips. This is going to go to 1500, then it's going to go to 2K. Within a matter of few days, as in by the 10th, it was hitting 1650. Came back and double dipped down off that 1300 area. Now up to 1800. As I said, probably long term, this is going to be 2K. I know you're essentially saying the same thing, right? MU, same thing. Going back to the 5th when I said, hey, let's get in. We've almost doubled since then. As in, it was in the 600s. My entry price is 629.30. Did I have it down low? No, because I really was missing out. Wasn't even looking at it. I'm more of a day trader, not more of this, oh my gosh, this sector that now will. Of course, here, thanks to Trade the Pool and how much we go over and cover for you guys. All of these other stud traders that I'm with every single day. It's just an almost identical move because I have them on top of one another. I don't know if you can overlay those. I know sometimes you can do that. If you can put I don't know if you can. Yeah.
What over what?
SanDisk over Micron.
Yeah, getting it ready on my other screen. I'll have it in just a second.
Do that because it's almost identical. I'm just looking at April onward, and it is almost to the day. It's the exact same chart. So yeah, if you could pull those up together, at least since the start of April onward.
Let's get them on a daily level here. Whoa. That's a little chaotic. That looks like a weather forecast. All right, that's a little bit better. So as you can see, recently, like you said, they've been in lockstep. SanDisk is in the green here, Micron in the candles itself, and that's the same picture, right? It's that the Office meme,
Yeah.
Let them try to find the differances. They're the same picture.
Yeah, for the most part, 100%. Love that right there. So I just SanDisk was too much for me, so I did Micron instead. I felt like it was on the same pace. So. Beautiful. That was just absolutely gorgeous right there. Had to show that off because oh my gosh, I've been looking at them on my same Thinkorswim chart. I have like a double chart where they've been sitting on top of one another since that May 5th Cinco de Mayo call out, and it's gorgeous, my friend. And we've been on it. You were yelling ARM. I got on that train. We've been definitely on a lot of different tickers, but hey, this is why we do these lunch recaps because they're, every day we're kind of ingraining this stuff into you guys' brains. So now you go back literally essentially a month, which we're almost to the day. Friday will be it. So the Friday lunch recap, yeehaw, another favorite day of mine. It's Friday, baby. I love Cinco de Mayo. So it'll be a month from Cinco de Mayo. And we'll look back, and I would even could say, hey, we got 2 days left. We could see SanDisk at 2K. We could see Micron even higher. But let's just take it as it is right now. In 1 month, we've gone from 600, area for Micron, mid 600s to almost 1100. And then, yes, SNDK, SanDisk, we've gone from 1200s, to 1300 area all the way up to now 1800 in a matter of a month. So,
yeah, it doesn't look done either. Just what an amazing chart. And this is where if you just get in, you can just stay in for such a long time, and it's just coasting up these moving averages. Really, really beautiful trend surfer, as we call it. And Josh, you said your entry on Micron was it 623, 624,
630, 629.30, 629.30.
629.30. Oh, you messed it up. It was at 69%. I was going to say very nice. But you know what? This is still pretty close. This is going to be sitting at... Wait, no, now it is 69. Okay, perfect. There you go.
Boom.
There you go. It's meant to be. All right. There we go. Yeah, that's not too shabby. And I just love how we're all catching the different parts of this trade too, because I didn't execute. I got shaken out a little bit too soon on Micron. When we got the first gap up in the top wick, I got out of half of my position. Then when we got this gap up into this top wick, I got a little scared and I exited out there. I missed that. I was also seeing this is where sometimes too much information is a bad thing, Josh, because I was seeing all this flow of short dated DRAM puts, for example, and I did take those and they doubled. But you know what also doubled? the freaking shares of Micron since then. So it can be a double-edged sword sometimes. But what I did do was I was in from here at 350, and taken some here, added some here, taken some here. I got shook out here. I added right back. But then this one shakeout just got me and I didn't get back in. So I had to chase at 500. Still looking pretty good at this point. But the thing is, Josh, when I kind of shake myself out of a good position and a good entry, and I know I should have just kind of weathered the storm here and been adding, well, it makes me more hesitant to just sell early. And I was just thinking, hey, we're at the top of the range. I know what happened last time. I thought it was definitely going to break out. You know, it inspired doubt. So I was just expecting that pain, and I sold pretty early because I bought in my opinion, at the top of the range. Now, over $500 later, clearly just goes to show that I'm still learning how to hold some of these crazy movers, because this is moves like a small cap. This is not what I'm used to. You know, this is like a one in. I don't want to say not 1 in a million, not 1 in 100, but like 1 in 20 play at least. You know.
Yeah,
These are
I mean that's the thing. Anymore, they are becoming more common. You know, we're used to, like, say,
Right.
2020 when Tesla, before the price split went like 2K plus. I want to say it was crazy what Tesla went pre-price split in 2020. Watching the days before it even got there, and even into 2021 after the price split. I'll never forget watching Tesla some days and just always be ingrained in my brain, going from like 600 to 900 one day. And then the next day it'd go from 900 down to 750, back all the way up to 900. And then the next day it would go up to 1100. The next day all the way back down to 700 or something. You know, it was just, then it would go up one day up to 850, back down to 750, then back up to 900. It was making crazy moves, you know, pre-price split. And that was the, like, wow, no one had me, because of course the place I was at and where I've always have been was small cap traders. So we've just never really looked at the large cap sector. And of course, really, if you're a day trader pre-2020, there's really no reason to. I mean, there wasn't like there's a lot of big moves unless you're trading options or you're more of an investor trading long term. You know, very smaller moves when it came to anything in the large cap or mid cap, mega cap sector. Small caps were like, those are the ones getting your 50%, 100% moves in a day or more. Anyway, come to Tesla in my mouth. So I never forget it. We're watching it. I'm like, wow, we're actually watching Tesla now. And of course, it really all started with SPY, of course, with COVID in March when the whole stock market. I remember, never forget that, when the market halted twice. It was in a 2-week span. It was in maybe a 1-week span, but I know it was 2 different days. I think it was. Maybe it was the same day, but regardless, I'll never forget seeing, you know, because the SPY has to drop 7.5% or something like that for a pause in the validity of the whole entire market.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, 7.5 for a circuit breaker. I'm trying to get there. It's so far back now, but here it is.
That
Absolutely
and the whole market's
wild.
paused. Yeah, and everything paused. It felt like a movie when you're watching a ghost, like not ghost town movie, but kind of like that, like a post-apocalyptic. There's no one out on the streets. It's dead quiet. Nothing's moving. It was weird. It was really weird to see no stock moving. Anything you typed in just dead, stopped, halted. So that was really crazy. And that's when I first started looking at large caps. And that's when the big moves started, were in 2020 and then on after that with Tesla. But that was it. It wasn't like you were getting Micron, SanDisk, CAR. I could go through the list, all these Intel, all these moves that we've seen. I can't remember them all. Gold and silver, that move over the last, essentially a lot of moves since last year into this year. There's a lot of sectors, a lot of stocks, a lot of tickers, equities, whatever you want to call them, that you could get into and invest. We're talking a good handful now. So to me, it went from 1 in a million, like it was like, now it's like winning a bigger lottery to, like, now it's okay, you have a 1 in 20 chance to win, you know, something along those lines anymore. Because you're getting, now does this continue? I think so. Just because you're seeing it more often, it's ramped up more now with the PDT rule going away. That'll help out a little bit in the large cap sector with these. You know, I know they won't have a lot of money, but they'll want some skin in the game, and they're going to be doing the whole GameStop go go go. You know that. What's that movie called, Dumb Money, that we had on this weekend on Trade the Pool for a movie, right? And yeah, so like me and Steve were just saying, we're going to look back seeing SPY at 1K like this time next year going, oh my gosh, I should have even just jumped in at 700s. Here we go, you know, up 300 points.
This is insane. I'm just looking at the Qs, and it's like, the craziest thing about looking at that SPY chart during COVID, for example, was the fact that before it crashed, it was at 320.
Yeah.
Before it crashed 30%. I just smacked my cat. I'm sorry, kitty. The other thing I wanted to note is on this QQQ chart, this is a quarterly chart going back to 2011. Also insane thinking that the Qs were under $100. Who'd have thunk? Well, 3 times I could see very clearly on this chart where you get a big outsized bar which breaks a previous like multi-quarter range. I just eyeballed these 3 times. multi-quarter range, at least 2 quarters of sideways action, then a big definitive candle up. We're getting a big definitive candle up this quarter unless all hell breaks loose in the next month. And, well, that should tell us something. After that, if you just bought at the top, maybe for the next year, you're up or down. It's maybe not the optimal entry. We could definitely see pullbacks. We probably have or will, according to this, but not always. And when they are, they're minor and the upside explosive after this. Same thing at this time. Say you bought at the very top. Well, this time you get lucky and just straight out of the gate, you get a 62% move in a couple of years before you even pull back at all. And you never go red before. Now you're up 200% since then. And that was the COVID.
They need to update the new study. Your average rot, whatever, I think it's got to be averaging more now. We move more. I mean, if there's a new update, just thinking about that, I'm like, yeah, used to you would only get so much in a year. Now, if you just, you got to think about that. If you just invested again, like you were pointing out, that first arrow, or even the break of the collapse of, what was that, 2008, I think is where that big pullback comes from on the chart way back to the left. Go back way to the left.
Yeah,
right?
Well, this is the dot-com bubble here.
Okay.
And then this is the financial crisis.
Okay, I couldn't remember which one it was. Break of either one of those. Just say if you even bought at the break of either one of those, which the break of the that is the first arrow, but even the break of the .com one, I mean, look how much return you have now per year, really starting to come back on in, especially here recently. It's been the only thing I will say, just thinking about that, good eye. First off, sexy eyes you got there. Secondly, we know rules of 3. So does that mean finally are we due for something to come up? Maybe it's all written for us, and it's already written by the stock gods that say, hey, we're due for a .com or one of those, whatever it is, the 2000, early 2000, 2008, that big pullback era. Do we see that coming up soon? Because we know rule of 3, we're overextended as it is. I wouldn't be surprised if we had that. If we just have this huge, I don't know how much I'd love it, but about maybe a year or two or so of it just giving a nice, good, solid pullback. Then I think us as smart traders would love that, because now we know, let's find dip areas. Give it some time, and then we can start adding in, because it's only going to go up. We know that, but so I do see that there is the rule of 3 there. That's the only thing I would notice there. But maybe it's one of the things we just forget about. Next thing it's up to 1K, and it just continues to do this. And then any pullbacks we get anymore are just micro, really fast. They happen for like the last 2 March into Aprils is the last 2 we had. Those are our quick, harsh pullbacks. Last March into April, this March into April. Of course, kind of both driven by something. Last year, tariffs. This year, the war. But they're quick, they're fast, they're easy. They're easy. They're quick, they're fast, and they're up and they're gone. So
right. No, absolutely. You're bringing up a lot of interesting things. One thing that's just jumping out to me, I mean, as we're kind of pulling back, this is we're in the middle of the week here. It's a really important kind of pivotal time coming up in the middle of this month. I feel like it's just a good time to kind of take a zoom out and just remember where we are. Be thankful, of course, and just remember how we can potentially move from here. So what I just was looking at this monthly chart for Qs is just the nice, perfect double bottom. It looks like a 1-minute chart. This is just an explosive breakout, where it's the exact same thing we look for, Josh. But the double bottom was between the .com bubble and the financial crisis. I mean, What a better base to push off of from that. So if you're just thinking like Qs, they can't go up more, well, that's a pretty solid foundation right there. So now I'm curious. I want to just pull a fib up from this initial range of the .com bubble to, well, the peak here, or the crash. And what I see is that we're actually not as crazy as extended as you might believe. In fact, we haven't quite tagged the 200% extension, the measured move of that base. So that's pretty wild to think about. 764 is when it's actually like, oh, this was the expected move from when you break a base this size. Right. And you keep on running. And I just love how these fibs are so, I talk about using these on a day trade, Josh, but look what happens at this one where it's supposed to test and shake people. You see where that happened, Josh? Yeah. At that level? Right. It was COVID. That was COVID right there.
Oh, that's
so that
crazy.
was the level where it was supposed to test.
That's awesome.
I mean, I don't know why it ran up right to that level, and then there was
it's all written. It's just that's why they always say there's someone out there controlling. Maybe the stock market is all those guys that have the Illuminati and all these people that we don't know about them. Maybe they're the ones out there controlling which is crazy. We'll just say this: Ready or Not 2. A little teaser into that. So Ready or Not 2. remember, Ready or Not. I want you to watch that. It's the
Okay.
girl who marries into this really rich family and has to play hide and seek. She
Right,
survives. Anyway, well, they let you know kind of what's going on in the upper scheme of things in the second one right out of the gate, and they're at the top of this family, the top of all these. So there's all these families. I say there's like 8 or 10 or whatever around the world. They essentially control it. There's one that does control everything. Like, and it was really crazy because it showed like the Iran war, and this guy gets on the phone, this old guy, and says, "Stop the war now." And then within like 10 minutes, like blah, blah, and then boom, it's like whatever president says, we're stopping, and everyone that they're stopping, whatever. And I'm like, so it kind of lets you know that there's like these very extremely rich families out there that supposedly control everything. So you never know, maybe in the stock market, they got lots of money.
They do. Well, Josh, I'll say this. Maybe that's too easy. Maybe it's all just a simulation. What about that? And it's just
Yeah.
everything lines up so perfectly because, hey, there is somebody coding all of us. Maybe it's God, maybe it's a guy behind a computer. Who's to say? I don't know. What I do know is there's a lot of crazy coincidences in technical analysis like that. So I don't know what to make of it, but I just know, hey, I'm just out here noticing some patterns and it blows my mind, but I just got to keep an open mind to what that might entail, just as for example, whenever what was it? There was a range that we talked about on earnings in the past day or two, and right in the exact middle was 200, and it was this wide range, and it just so happened that that was the exact equilibrium. It's like somebody had to, with a big sell or buy order, had to kind of calculate that where they were selling at this exact level or buying at this exact level to make that the exact middle point. So when it comes down to the middle point, they get to buy a round number and they get that support. I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, but it sure happens a lot. So there's a lot to think about.
Keep trading it. That's the thing too. Like the trends, the thing, as long as you're seeing it working, that's what the main thing is. Like I see in the stock market, right? Hey, this trend is working, so let's trade that. And what you just keep trading it until it just stops working, then you find the new trend. But when they're yelling at you like that, those trends that set up that way, the charts that set up this way, you just continue to trade them. It makes it, much easier when those days, and like it's not going to be every day, but when those days do arrive, boy, those days are just so sweet. And then you look at those days going, man, why can't every day be like this?
It'd be great, wouldn't it, Josh? But it's just something to really consider, and it makes you appreciative for the really nice juicy trend days, but also it just makes you a better trader to realize how the stock market and anything kind of ebbs and flows. And I'm just bringing up my SVP, my session volume profile here to kind of indicate that we're just, there's natural progressions, and there's always going to be on the way up on each of these kind of constructive P-shaped, heavy at the top volume profiles that want to drag the market up. There's still always dips to buy. So there's always oscillation, and there's price discovery. I had another point. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but the point is, don't chase things. Look for your dips. Look for buying dips in uptrends. Look for selling rips in in downtrends, and you just kind of keep on looking for the opportunities. As we start to kind of bottom out here, you don't have to catch this very first move. You can say, all right, we formed the higher low, we put in this, I'm going to wait for another higher low to form. Anything in here. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be patient. And I guess that's my point now, Josh.
Love it. One that's I'm a little surprised with that we didn't get more continuation after hours, and it actually is one of those plays that now is reversed through. I'm surprised with Palo Alto. I thought really this would push up and continue. Maybe pull back a little bit like it did in after hours, but not in the end as much as it did. And I thought it would hold around like 300 and pop back on up. Again, we have plays like CRWD that just did that. So, give PanW its time. Had a huge spike out of the gate, then now giving that back and some. Did want to bring that up. That play, I'm a little surprised. So we'll see if that doesn't gather up some bounce area. A lot like CRDO did. Now you see what CRDO is doing and where it went to. So that one was
just a few comparisons that we can talk about for that one for sure. Credo is one of them. I also would talk about MRVL really quick. But before we get into that, PanW here, it's just interesting to note when you get this big surge and it comes all the way back down and cracks it, you can really just start looking for that short is what I've found, because it's broken the structure to the downside. It's like if you get a pickle jar. Maybe pickle's bad advice. Yeah, sure, a pickle jar at the store, Josh. And you get home and you see that, that little bubble that's supposed to be like sealed. You just see that thing's like popped up and you're like, wait, Somebody's been messing with my pickles. Like, it's no good anymore. You don't want to buy it. You know, if you saw that in the store, you wouldn't buy it. So like maybe right here, you're in the car, you don't realize it's already happened. You already made your purchase, whatever, you're stuck with it. You're stuck with those pickles, and you don't even realize it, but the value keeps decreasing as, I don't know, they get more contaminated or whatever. The point is, when it bounces here, it's like kind of everybody knows already. Sure, maybe there's like a mean reversion, but now the secret's out. It broke. It wasn't good. Something's wrong. It's only going to get worse from here. So then you can start looking for those shorts. This is just a 5-minute chart, and you can just see, okay, maybe not a 1 minute. Maybe it's not moving this fast anymore. But on just like a 5-minute chart or something, after these earnings fade and break on the bottom like that, you can look for just the continued fade into the next day. And very often they do kind of just keep on washing out. And this one doesn't look done to me either. Looks like it's going to start a trend here. So just something to consider, because this has room just down to moving averages. Doesn't even have to break trend. Can go to 270 and be totally fine.
Love it. Good stuff there. My boy, bring in the sauce. And speaking about more sauce, this, you want to go over to MRVL or Credo? I mean, those moves we've made here. I mean, my gosh.
And I'm sorry, my let me fix the screen here. It got uncropped. So you're seeing my production side here and my desktop. Sorry about that. Let's fix that. Like so. You get to see it happening live. This is how the magic is made, guys. And how about... Well, that's going to be better at the very least for the moment. All right, sorry there. What did you want me to... What are we...
MRVL, I know you want to maybe go over that. MRVL or Credo.
Yes.
Either one of those that kind of showed a comparison of what we'd be looking at here.
Captain, I get distracted sometimes, Josh. The charts, the numbers, they confuse me. So MRVL, a great example of the best case scenario for a kind of a fade after earnings. We can let's go to an hourly chart. And this one got the Jensen boost. So, there was like that. There's a little bit of a factor in that regard. Let me double check on my other chart where earnings took place. Was the 27th.
It was like, what, last Wednesday or something like that?
Last Wednesday. Yeah, it's hard to even see because it actually didn't really do much.
Right.
It really didn't do much. I remember my trade on it was buying it at 194 and holding it and then having to sell at the end of the after hours, I think for... Oh, we got a little pop, yeah, but like it wasn't anything to write home about because I didn't hold it into next week when Jensen started saying it was the next 1 trillion market cap company, and when Jensen talks, the market listens. Big explosive move there for sure. What's crazy though is it kind of gave some tail or some hints now that we look at it in retrospect at least, so it's worth dissecting here. What I wanted to say is overnight, the night before, it kind of drifted up here, big red into the earnings. Want to double check and make sure. Yeah, they didn't run up. Okay, I gotta see if they were in night or the daytime. Yeah, it was at night. It was after hours.
Yeah, we covered it. We covered it.
I'm just going crazy here. It's all running together, which means they dropped into earnings. They spiked right back up to where they dropped from, but they kind of set and held a range that I want to talk about. So a few things. They're just kind of stair-stepping first off. So I'm getting this zone by drawing where the seller stepped in last time. So the seller stepped in here and especially over these top wicks right there. And what we can see, how I would draw this is like that. Because then we get this level too. And this is kind of like a stage 1 base that gets broken out of. And then you can run up. And then usually it's all these little patterns operating and kind of fulfilling off of each other algorithmically. So if we go like this, yeah, I just knew it was going to be exactly to the tick, a 200% move of this initial range that broke. So it just goes there algorithmically, this fills, and then a seller steps in. Look how they run it up right to this 200% measured move into the binary earnings. So all that they were doing was this run up in the sell-off. The sell-off was just a result of the fallout of this pattern playing out. This is a bullish pattern. So this fallout doesn't mean anything other than, okay, time to reevaluate after we get the new information for earnings. So then we're reevaluating. We're doing the exact same thing here. We're going to draw this fib range out. And we're essentially trying to rediscover a base to push off, or sorry, reform a base so we can push off and rediscover new highs. By doing this, we are going to do the same thing here. We found the seller last time. He sold us right there off the measured move. And as you can see, just in the cash session, it came up and smashed that level. Then you're just looking to buy into these moving averages after you've proven yourself. The stock's proven itself that it wants to expand upwards. And I mean, who knew it was going to do this? That's the Jensen effect. But just the fact that it broke the range, you can look for that coming back into those moving averages on an hourly for these swings. All right, that's what I got for MRVL. Now, this is good for talking about CRWD too here, Josh, because this is what we want to see for CRWD, the best case scenario for this follow through. Will we see it? Well, it has a lot of work to do, but it does have the potential in the sense that it is essentially, let's go to a daily. It's essentially coming in and I could have sworn it was, let me check on the other chart. I think on a weekly we have a break of the all-time high range on CRWD, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So it's a break and a back test of all-time highs here. And essentially, I think that this is still doing the thing it needs to do. It pushed up higher, like I said, it showed that incentive. So now I'm waiting for it to come back in on the daily time frame on these moving averages. Look for a buyer there. Maybe 200 again on CRWD, or anything under 200, or buying reclaims of 200. That's looking good to me, Josh. Do you think it needs to come back in deeper after the earnings, or do you think is that good enough? Earnings were right here, by the way.
Yeah, I still like that 190, 200 area. I think that's still fine to hold up, especially the higher low pattern. I don't know that it comes back down to that, but if it does, there's some good added area there. Looking back at the chart, I really love if we ever do see the 151 somewhere where we dipped that, essentially right there at the middle of May, that 150 mark, and just going back through that and charting it was a ton of resistance before that. So 155, I'll call it 155, maybe a hair below it would be beautiful for like a long term, like, hey, oh wow, this got back down into this area. I would like to invest into it there. That's where I would really love it. I don't think you'll get that though. Don't think you're gonna get it.
Yeah, no. I think that's a really good point, and especially, I think it's clear on the weekly here. So the 150, that would be a really nice weekly reclaim, weekly trigger retest. Like you said, there's a big base there. If we just look at that kind of neckline, it's also, I would imagine, the middle point of this range. Yeah, exactly, the middle point there. So it's all of these middle points. And again, we were looking for dip buys in this range. And lo and behold, that 192 level of yours, that daily trigger of mine at 195, they're both right there at that equilibrium, as well as a little gap on the daily there, an imbalance that likes to get reached into. Maybe it wicks down into there and closes the day above the 21 EMA here, and then starts to push out. Because there's a lot of names like this that I think are just about ready to go and carry the semiconductors further, Josh. So I'm hoping some of these start appearing on your breakout watch list. HIMX, this one looks absolutely beautiful for a long-term trade.
I call that HIMX. It's like HIMS, but it's on steroids. So
exactly. Dude, okay, so you do know, because this one has been moving, especially recently. I'm sure it's been on your radar at least a few days, moving from 8 to 23.
Yeah,
so
some good stuff. Yeah, it's like just a joke, just to play on words, obviously, in letters, but because HIMS doesn't really obviously look at the chart overall too. Yeah, it's similar to HIMS. I just like HIMS, but if you look at HIMS, it's very similar to it overall. But yeah, I just call it it's like a joke, just to say like, hey, you don't take HIMX? No, I'm on HIMS still. Oh, you need to go to HIMX. That's where it's at, buddy. We're talking action packed, brother.
Josh, I'm afraid to unmute. My dog is howling out of an ambulance. Sorry. Do you hear that? Is that coming through? Okay, I think it's good now.
Yeah, usually I've heard. I think it's I do hear barks here and there, but it's every once in a while he comes through. I think he controls the power. He controls it. He's like, okay, I know this one. I don't want it to come through. I don't want to annoy Dad too bad.
Josh, it's actually so funny you say that because that's a very specific thing that came up in the past couple weeks. Me and my girlfriend were watching, there's a show, Love on the Spectrum. It's a really heartwarming show. It's like a dating show for people, that are neuroatypical. And we noticed a trend. A lot of the people on the show, they have little fluffy white dogs. And whenever something like just like some like kind of like sitcom like drama moment or something would happen, it would cut away to the dog and like give a close up on the dog's face, like it was Jim from The Office or something. But we have a theory that the dogs were actually creating these events, like ripples in the force, because they always seemed like kind of satisfied with their work. So that's my theory. I've been looking for it ever since, and I have not been proven otherwise. So watch out for little fluffy white dogs. I think they can control our behavior. That's what I got for you, Josh, on the medium.
For like
front.
little white fluffies, watch out for them, guys. They are actually witches in dogs' bodies. So you better be careful for the white fluffies. I think a lot of people say that about my Avery, my wife, and other people said that about the white bunnies with like the red eyes. Those are kind of scary looking.
The baniculas. You ever read that as a kid? Or was that it might be a bit, okay, I think it was a bit, that's like only 90s kids remember, like maybe late 90s kids. The Scholastic Book Fair, Banicula was a bunny, an evil bunny or something.
I love the Scholastic Book Fairs back in the day as a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, who didn't love Book Fair Day, week, or I think maybe it was a week or whatever it was. Yeah, that was, and it was like would it be like your class's time to go down to the book fair or whatever? And yeah, it was good stuff. That was
It's a
good memories.
blast. I do want to talk really quickly, I not to break in on nostalgia time here, but the W pattern has broken out on SPY. It looks like the lows are probably in for the day. So we can look for basically a retest of this big volume shelf here. I think this is the big pin. And on the daily, that was a little test of the 5 moving average. And I think we're about to reclaim it, or at least go for that reclaim into the close. Yeah, 5 moving average sitting at, let's move this to the front. I always got to do this so I can see the darn thing there. It is at 755.63. That's going to be our 5 moving average that we're trying to reclaim. If we go to a 1 minute, 755.63. Okay. All right, so that's the level where we were trying to reclaim earlier before we fell off. So a reclaim of there would be kind of confirming what we already kind of are suspecting now with this W break. So maybe it chops around a little. We can look for entries potentially off of these moving averages that are starting to bunch up and cluster around this 755 handle here. So that's what I'm looking for here for a potential move back up to, I think you could get a $1.50 off this at least, with potential to go much higher, of course, but just for the easy move.
I think we're going all-time highs here, Steve. Let's go in with the Steve the Achieve. We're going all-time highs here of the break. It does look sexy though in a 5-minute time frame, that W. I have mine in a 5-minute over here. You're just going through different time frames, but yeah, you'll see it cleanly. And you see the W though. It's definitely a theme over the past, it seems like, few weeks. Us on the live stream, how often we've seen these W's, whether it's lunch recap or whatever it might be that we see. These are during the call-in show. We're talking about it. So definitely seeing some good moves here over on the SPY. Like you said, I think the bottom has been found. There's those round numbers. I say round, but the numbers I like to talk about: 250, 355, 758, 75, 10. And there you go. There's 350 essentially. So there's your 753, essentially 50 low of day bottom. So you'll just see that happen, so often in these large cap tickers. I'm just for fun, I'm going to go over to the last bounce on CRDO. The last bounce on CRDO was relatively, if you go into, depends on what time frame, we'll call it, truly came down to 207, but you could put a line in at 207.50 and say, hey, there's where the bounce came, the last bounce that we just had right before the lunch recap happened, right there. I mean, that's almost at 750. So you're just going to see that a lot. You're going to see those numbers get hit quite often, over and over and over and over and over. Doesn't happen all the time, but we do see it, those like the 875, how often I've shown that to you. And then, of course, even Jesse on our live streams. Speaking of making W's, does WCT make a W here and can ramp back on around? The VWAP's going to be key right around this 250-60 corridor. She's kind of got a little W shape going on right there. And can she do it? So we're, again, there, another W.
I also wanted to say, like, this is another great example of just like SPX in the weekly chart, which I'll show you guys in a second when we have a moment in between this, but it's got this high volume node above. And once we get a base, once we get that W, we're starting to want to reach up above and transact these levels above. So if you're getting long here for a swing, this is really nice because you can expect, well, it's heavier up here. There is price acceptance up here. We're going to want to come back here. Once we're up here, it's a good chance we'll digest for a while and push even higher. Because otherwise, why would there be so much volume up here? Why would we be surging back to it? Sure looks like bullish structure to me, Josh. I like this a lot for our W. And then The hard part is, how does it form this C going backwards in time like that? The W is easier, you know. C, that could be tricky. So you got to take profit at the end of the W.
Yeah.
Up there.
You're definitely, yeah. We'll have to see our way out of that trade once we get to that.
Oh.
For sure. You like that one? There you go.
I like that. That's some good stuff right there. Only at Trade the Pool. Another thing we can do here is look at the fibs, of course. You know me, fibs here, and you can see, hey, the neckline of our W, there's the fib, the 50%. Once you get the breakthrough there, we get the easy surge to this moving, or I'm sorry, the golden pocket, the next two fibs up. And look how perfect that is, Josh. That's the exact meat and potatoes of that high volume there. So, I mean, what can you say? That's probably where it's headed, and we can see what it does in here. I'd personally be trying to take profit into that low volume node at 290. Gabe's asking a great question here.
Yeah.
And also I'm hearing about the NASA ETF. We can talk about that as well. But AAOI is a really fun one. I think this one's going a lot higher. We can talk about where is a good place to buy, because right now it is, it's having a bit of a tumble after its really good day or two. So let's talk about it. So on a high time frame, I don't know what to make of this yet, and I will admit that on a monthly, it's not the best wick on that last monthly candle. That being said, it just surged right after the monthly close, so it's clearly in consolidation still. It's yet to decide. It could be a higher low top. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. Personally, I think it's still a great company, and I think there's room in the sector. So going into, let's start at a weekly. Yes, spooky top wick, but really what I'm seeing is one overshoot where it got crazy. Sometimes things get a little crazy, guys, but this is kind of the zone at the top here, 194 to 185-ish. Right? You know, so this is the area where I really want to see the week close above or at, just to keep it in the running for this tight flag and expect to push on up. I think that the company wants to go higher for sure, and this space is very, very bullish. So we can look at a daily chart and just see that it is holding basically exactly where it needs to. It's kind of trading sideways while a lot of the market is going crazy. It is holding the 50-day moving average, which has kept it, you know, the whole way up. It is still reclaiming these short-term moving averages as well. And the last thing I'll say up here is that we can just draw another little range right here and basically just say, hey, we are at a key level and we want to see if it can reclaim that. Yeah, for me, I said 185. I'll hone it in a little bit and say like 190 is really what I want to see the close over. So we'll see. As for now, it is catching off the daily 21, so we should look intraday. And if it does hold, this could be a good time to enter a swing. That being said, if it's weak here intraday, it's hard to really hold out overnight. It could very easily come on down to fill this down to the 175 handle and that 21. I like to buy the reclaims of that, and so we can watch today and see if we get that reclaim. But as of now, it's not convincing yet. That's what I'm seeing there. Hourly, also not convincing, but some bottom wicks.
I got this
Get
as
really
a
down here.
sell it.
Sell it all?
Sell
You're
it.
done?
Sell it. Get at
All
it. Sell. Listen, take it down to minimum 165, maybe down to the 150-ish area. That's where I would start adding in on AAIO and look for a short down into that. I got this as a sell, Steve, the Achieve. Down into support.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking that this is like a big old triangle that's starting to kind of show that where the sellers are, and it's a lower high here, and it needs to come back and test this neckline? Well, is that kind of where you're at?
Give it to me. That's what we need there, Bob. That's what we need, Bob.
I'd be okay with shaking people out. I'd even be okay. I know it sounds crazy with 120 and then a reclaim. I don't think it's going to be honest. I think it holds by the 170. But if it did this, I mean, hey, I'd buy this high or low here probably off the reclaim of 150 or so, because I think this thing is just going to surprise people with how fast a 30% pullback turns into a 100% move to the upside. Very similar to, Micron, our buddy for sure. But these lights as well, these Lumentums, Siennas, stuff like this, where it looks like, I like my little mountain village art here. It's a little head and shoulders.
Looks like you're drawing some mountain. If you continue that, it really would look like a good mountain range. Honestly, if continued on the way up with all the little undulations that we made all the way to highs, I mean that would look like a cool little mountain range right there. I like it.
I have a circle, so I can make a little pond for us.
All
Nice.
right.
Happy little
There,
pond.
they don't call him Steve Bob Ross Achieve for nothing. Okay. There we
Look
go.
at this. Hold on. I have trees.
Oh no, he did not put some beautiful. Look at this tree.
There we go.
It's green. It's an evergreen.
About
Oh
that.
man, I
All
love
right.
it.
So there's our beautiful mountain. What's the word? Chalet. I think that's the word. You know, it's our mountainside resort, and we have the
Yeah.
neckline. When it doesn't break down, well, it often can be just a big fuel to the fire to the upside, and that's all I'm really seeing. I'm just seeing more. Oh wait, look at me. I can do. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. I
Oh,
don't know. I got some
whoa.
lines.
He's going to a new drawing. This is a new drawing. A new drawing.
I, I was hoping. Oh wait, I can lock it. There's a good feature for you on Trader Evolution. Click this to stay in drawing mode, and then now I can. Boom,
Yeah.
boom. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. There we
Just
look
draw
at
it out like this. And so, is this a Head and Shoulders? It's possible, but what's more likely is I think that it comes back into a neckline, something like this.
Oh, we need another pond. We need another pond, Bob Ross.
Oh,
We need
you're
another-
right. I'm so sorry.
Because
Yeah.
the pond is
Otherwise-
my point being, it's like golf. You don't want to go into the pond. You know, if we go back into the pond, then that means we will see some bearishness and we'll start to crack back on down. As long as we stay above the pond, she can continue to rise up and create more mountain ranges and more mountain resorts for us.
I love that. And you know what? The whole thing is like once we're here, once we make our base, then we can build it up and make our base here. And once we do push off here and start to break the structure to the upside, well, then we can start entertaining, settling down. You know what I'm saying? Building a house. here. And
yes.
considering never coming back all the way down here, except for just to come home real briefly. And there you go. There's your house. Oh, I don't know what that is.
I like
There
it.
you
It's a
go,
big,
Bob.
no, you're making it big. We were going mansion, baby. We're not going with a little. That's a little TP twig over there. Give me a man. Yeah, give me a big block there.
Whoa.
Whoa, we're going big, baby.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There we go.
All
Oh,
right.
we're working with 2 stories here now. Now with my little palace with my little at the very top. That's where my queen sits. So my queen is right up there. She sits at the very top of the tower. She has her little window. Like Sleeping Beauty. I don't know whichever one of those princesses that sleeps at the top of the tower asleep.
Sure, why not? Yeah, sleeping.
Well,
Call it
Sleeping
Sleeping
Beauty.
Beauty sleeps. That sounds good.
Yeah, whatever, something along those lines. But yeah, there. Look at the house. That is. You're gonna come back to this here in like 3 weeks and go, "What did I do?" Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember
Josh.
now.
I'm so proud of myself. Look, we got ripples. We got Fibonacci spirals. Dude, can you do this on your other prop firm? I don't think so.
I
No.
mean, that's beautiful. I mean, that is the prettiest mountain range. You could take a picture of that and put it on a postcard. I wouldn't even know I'm looking at it. I think I'm looking at a real mountain range. You could say, "Hey, this is Stevens Mountains."
Yeah, I do have to sign it. You're right. One thing is this just really reminds me, Josh. As I do like paint, I should have a Bob Ross Happy Little Charts segment where we just talk about charting and in a very relaxed way. Maybe that is a segment for the weekend. I don't know.
Hey, yeah.
My good friend, back in the day, when NFTs were a thing, he made quite a pretty penny by drawing insane drawings on his charts and then selling them as NFTs. People were paying upwards of $500 for those things.
Wow.
For chart art. So hey, you know
Hey,
what?
well,
There's a
that-
bull market somewhere.
It was there for a minute. I'll never forget that was. I knew it wouldn't last, but I'm like, this cannot last. There's no way these things are going to be that expensive. They're not even like actual real. It's not even real art. It's just it's digital, you know. It's
Right.
kind of crazy that. Anyway, hey, it had its time and its move. But hey, one thing as we're closing up shop, this hour always flies by. Tonight, not tonight. I guess tonight for some people, especially if they're overseas, maybe over in Europe or Asia, Africa, wherever you might be, Australia. We have earnings we're going to be covering here, okay? Have some earnings. And so we have a couple of big names. Let's just cover those real quickly. We got about 3 minutes here. So don't give us too much because I know you want to tease them to come back for the after-hour stream 100%.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Trading World Championship. I forgot about this. We just fly through the hour. I've been posting that. So we have the Trading World Championship coming up. Don't forget, June 8th it starts. You have up until June 8th to sign up for that. $20,000 in cash prizes. $1 million in evaluation giveaways, other special giveaways. Top prize for the first round gets 2K account or 2K cash and a 50K account. If you win the overall top round at the very end, I think it's 8K cash and a 50K account if you take home the top overall prize in round number 2. And look at that. Look at that. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. This will be so fun, Steve, over a 2-week period. Betting on the World Cup, which is really, because I say betting, you're using trade to pull fake predictions, essentially, and say, yeah, I think this team's going to, which tomorrow, Steve, by the way, I will be talking about the J&J show. We're going to be looking at some of those matches. And even in the Collins show, I want to bring some of those matches up with you tomorrow, because it's kind of our last real full live stream until until our World Tournament starts. But yeah, I want to kind of look at those for fun. But yeah, over the World Cup predictions, you can even predict who's going to win certain matches and get evaluation. So definitely come join us. It's so easy to register, as you can see there. Name, country, email, and of course you're going to pick us. You're going to pick Trade the Pool. But hey, the Fivers Futures, great people. Trade Set Go, amazing new company going on with the broker. Very easy to sign up. Better come over and sign up there. Forgot about that. I gotta forget. We gotta talk about this. This is huge. It's gonna be so much fun. I think hopefully tomorrow we do some more one-on-one battles, possibly in the morning. I know I was trying to get on my trade yesterday on the one-on-one battles. We're gonna see a lot of that on the live stream. So gonna be some fun stuff. Can't wait. Nigel, Deep Rider.
Good stuff. Can't go out without Josh. Show him your war face. There we go. I was thinking of what is that? Apocalypse Now, or one of those ones. Yeah. Screaming at the drill sergeant. Yeah. So that's what we're doing here. We're getting ready to rumble. It's going to be fun.
Steve.
We're about to clean up using the exact same strategies we always do. Real quick there, before we get into the earnings roundup here, I know we're heading out, so I'll just summarize this in 30 seconds, Josh. We got the W, and you see how it just pushes up. So you wait for the break, you wait for your spot. There's your entry. Easy scalp. We think we go a little bit higher. I would be looking for what we do at 756, and let's keep it simple, 757. Let's keep it nice and simple, Josh, because we got it. Whoa.
Cats, baby, cats.
That's my
cats.
My cats and my coding in the background there. No, this is what I wanted to show y'all. And this is basically
Thank you, Tag. Just think of Tag. Thank you, Tag.
All right, you got the cat tax. Now you're getting the earnings tax here. These are the 3 earnings. It's a little bit of a spreadsheet, or not spreadsheet. That sounds boring. Info sheet, checklist, if you will, for what we're going to be looking for. We have Broadcom, CrowdStrike, and C3 AI reporting tonight. So these guys are all going to be having big moves. We'll have a lot to talk about here. We have 9% with Broadcom, and that's a big company, so that's definitely something to be said for that. CrowdStrike here, 9%, and that is it's on, it's on stilts up here. I don't know if it can keep this move going. So this 9%, we could be seeing it to the downside, just in case I locked in my profits on this great trade that we've had on CrowdStrike Holdings. C3 AI, I don't know too much about these guys in the past couple of years, because I'll be honest, Josh, they're not a very good company. At least that's the narrative. So we can see if that has reached an inflection point, if they can change that. We do have the return of Tom Seibel, who returned as a CEO. So that's going to be a narrative catalyst, but the analysts remain skeptical. So that we have price targets down to $8. We are just not so sure what's going on there. So because of that, it's going to be important for this, and they have a 15% implied move. So for these 3 names, definitely the most important for the market is going to be Broadcom, but CrowdStrike holds a lot of sway in, of course, cybersecurity, but also software as a service as a whole. So we are going to be getting into this more. I have some more information for you. We're going to be going over bull cases, bear cases, and specific metrics that we want to see to give us confidence to go long or short on these 3 names. That's where you can find us. Josh, you'll be joining me tonight, right?
I will be with you, my friend. 3:30 Eastern time. I will be seeing you. Maybe a little bit after that. I'll be getting out of a one-on-one, but I will be there.
Sure thing. Absolutely. So at the 30-minute mark, 30 minutes before the bell, you'll get me, Brighton, early for the late show. How about that? And we'll be talking about what we're seeing in the markets, wrapping up any trades we may be in, getting into these presentations, most importantly, and then trading them live with Josh here in the house. So it's going to be a good time. Anything else for these fine people before we head on out?
Let's get that promo rolling for the Trading World Championship. Otherwise, we'll see you guys back here in 1 hour and a half. 1 hour and a half, that sounds funny. In an hour and a half, and about 90 minutes, Steve's back at it. I'll be joining him right after that. We'll see you then.